Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は457日目です。It is day 457. It's level up day. So we're going to be level 46 today. Let's get through our reviews very quickly before we take a short break, get into our lessons. Okay. It'll be relatively quick. We only have the stuff we are responsible for this level. 襲撃する
すん姫は
引き裂く朱印
め
とし一斉に空襲無縁近距離Oops. That was awkward.
つぶ叫ぶ
縁談桃色
襲撃逆襲
する
絶叫遠距離不吉傘一億
縁起後年That sounded a little interesting. Sounded more like Atamadaka.
短距離
魚雷
奇襲管制塔大砲金髪両翼
侍 右翼。核分裂。
翼、入籍、
一
斗缶、
献立。
渾身、
砂丘。
左翼、
左翼。
髪型、
Oops.
なぞなぞ、忍ぶ、落
落
雷、
雷。
髪の毛、
寸法、
寸法。That sounded different too.
本意、姫
姫
様、
様。謎。
混和、
滅びる。国籍。
足、桃、
丘。
エ
エッフ
ッフェル塔、
ェル塔。Yikes.
脚本、包み紙、寸前、
寸前。
戸籍、
梨。
バ
食べるのと。
列車、
使える。挨拶。Ninja. Oh, I keep. Oh man, I do that. Wait. No, that's fine. Oh, typo.
Ninja.
Like, what?
餌食。
餌食。
粒子。
I know I made the same error yesterday. But that's correct. It was a typo. Aizetsu. Also.
つる。
止める。行方。
Yukue is going to be a problem in the future. Need something else to attach it.
懇談。
Oh, I did it again.
語る。
That could be a problem in the future. Oops.
Hamono.
Mono.
と。
選択肢。悪趣味。悪趣味。
娯楽。釣り。
紙。
叱る。叱る。Okay. ち。
縁。
Oh, 縁。Oh man. Thinking that's atama.
サイナム。
いつ Oh, no, no.
基地。雷雨。刃先。
All right. Okie dokie. I'm gonna take a quick break and get ready for lessons. Oh, 46. All right. I'll be right back. All right, lesson time. Kind of expecting 150, something like that. We'll see if we can do anything to put a little pep in our step going through our lessons. Okay, dragon, that's acceptable. It's just a Ryu.
Ryu.
Yeah. Alright. Oops. I didn't mean to press that. That was awkward. Alright, let's go back. Alright, stiff. Yeah. That the right hand is very recognizable. Could be Cole or Kai, something like that. Cole. Alright. Remember how to cure those stiff body times? Your opening call with massage. Stone that has been renewed. We'll see. Alright, tornado? Interesting. That kinda explains some stuff. You know? Like, Kiryu, that kinda explains a lot of imagery with dragons. Like in, like a dragon. Tornado has dragon in it. That's interesting. So our dragon scroll with tornado. I could kind of see that. It's pretty cute.
Tatsumaki.
Ooh, yeah, and it's Tatsumaki. Oh, I finally understand Tatsumaki. So that's okay. So he's really just yelling tornado. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, Tatsumaki. Tatsumaki, like the Tatsumaki Street Fighter Tatsumaki is what I'm referring to. The tornado kick. So you're right. Maku for the rolling part. But the kana is pushed into the kanji. Yeah. Tatsumaki. We'll let it go. I think this one will be very recognizable. Dinosaur. Yep. The scary dragon. Yeah. What do we use for this? Oh, it could be like, I don't know, something weird like kawa. Maybe like kawatats. No, there's no way. It's something you do.
恐竜
Kyoryu. Okay. Alright. Kyo. Construction. Huh. Actually, how did that work? Oh, because of saw. Okay. Black ink? Yeah, that's black ink, alright. How they break up black and dirt? It could be hay, or it could line up with like oku and kuro. Oh, okay. The kunyomi for the black ink. Sumi. How many sumi do we have? Okay, hang on. Sumie. Okay, sumie. Sumi. Okay. So dirt, black ink. Yeah. I'm thinking now more like black ink from squid, but okay. Today's studying has been going really badly. Lots of sitting here not understanding the content or struggling to focus. Okay, we can do something else in the meantime.
Ryu.
Whoops, that's a list.
竜巻
Kyoryu.
Yeah, but you can't get rid of feeling that wasting time whenever you want to take a break from it. I didn't say take a break. I say you could be doing something else in the meantime. Which is what I asked yesterday too. And I asked you, are you planning and doing the other stuff that you need to do? Because whether you feel bad about your math, your one-tracked mind, really, still gonna have to do the other things too. Storm, Arashi. We're good to go. Dove. Huh. Dove. That's unique. That's actually a unique one. 9 birds. There are 9 birds and one of them is a dove and another is a pigeon. Oh, dove or pigeon. The heck? Can we get... Let's just call them tori. There's no way they're tori, but still. Hato. Alright, hato. Oh, wait. I knew hato as pigeon. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, I've only seen hato in kana for pigeon. That explains why I haven't seen the character before. Okay, alright, so we got 9 birdos, 9 burps, dove, pigeon. I don't think I have anything that would use heart hato. Hato seems too exotic, so we're gonna use hot. Oh, that's a tough one actually. Okay, 9 birds. 9 birds, including a dove and a pigeon, was used to for okay, we could use HUD. Interesting. Okay. Alright. Is that the only... Oh, okay. Well, that is certainly starting to feel like HanziHero. To earn income. I doubt this is ka, but it could be something I know to earn income. Goo. Nah. Hit me up with the kunyomi.
Kasegu.
Kasegu. Yeah, not even close. I was thinking something more like sa. Kasegu. Okay. So what do we got? We got... Let's do the full fat stuff now. No time to waste. Green. House. Ah. Goo. Se. Earn it. Got an overlap. Okay. The grain from the house transported in the car to a maybe say no, I can't use that. Hmm. It's okay. Not the greatest. I could use sail. Eh. Alright.
稼ぐ
One day I'm gonna come back and refine. To become... To become clear. Lucidity. Su is not... I think Su was tagged as Onyomi. To become clear, maybe it's something like... Samu.
住む
Dang you! Oh, it actually retained it. It's a special Sumu. Is lucidity only Su? Is that why? No. Oh, Su is Kunyomi. Alright, so that's a mislabel from last year. Last level. So I will have to keep that in mind. Calm. Something about the right combination would be helpful here, but I don't recall off the top of my head. Could be something like a Q or bowl. Hole, maybe. Some grains get stuck in the cleats. Oh, goodness. Cleats and Wolverine's heart grew calm. Eesh. Oh, actually, I got you. I mean, not quite unified, but I think there was one. No, just kidding. I'm thinking of something else. Feels bad, man. Alright. That's not gonna fly very well. Alright, we're pivoting. So we got green, sharp, like a sharp object. Sure, we'll use Wolverine. Alright. And then we have calm and fun. So Wolverine, cute. Hearts is calm. Okay, Wolverine. Sharp claws. 2. Prepare some green onions for something for parts. Okay. Alright. And the onions. Okay. That's
Kasegu.
it.
Arashi.
Arashi. Oh, it's Atama. Arashi. Okay.
Sumu.
Alright, spear. I like to think this is Mu.
矛
Oko. No chance. So where does the Mu come from?
矛
Interesting. Okay. Oko, sure. Mu, spear. Wait. Mu. Oko. Spear. All a spear for the Maybe like yeah. Okay. Okay, at least this one is fine. This is oh, I need to know what the pitch accent is.
肌
Ada. Another automata. Favor? Yep. That's retroactive. How art do you get background environments to look natural, like not stiff? Flow. Environments have direction, so you can impart direction to them if you want. I like cloth. Trees have flow, wind has flow, mountains have erosion patterns, sun radiates, cloud blooms, cliffs overhang and erode, right? Cliffs drape, trees drape, sway, curl, leaves and grass splay open. How does lighting work for background? Pick a lighting and you pick one side. I do directional lighting, so pick one angle, be the sun or like some sort of yellow or white hue, and then the opposite would be the ambient color from whatever your environment is. So if it's in the forest, the ambient color would be slightly green. So like if okay, so if the light is coming this way, it could be like the sunlight, which will have like yellow hues, maybe slightly whiter. And then there's a bounce light or an ambient light, which is when the sun hits, and then there's like diffusion. If it's in a forest, it'd be like green. Or if it's in the street lights, like in the street, you would have to accommodate all the street lights. So then any object would have one side and then bounce light on the other side. So then you have to do that for every single surface. And then you say how lighting works, oftentimes in order to make sure all the objects, right, like objects are next to each other. If these objects are next to each other, then there's got to be occlusion. And then these might not have occlusion because this forest line might be really far away from these mountain lines. But to place the forest into the mountains, they would be slightly darker than the mountains. The mountains would be faded because they are further in the distance. So those things, if you like these, to me, I didn't study fundamentals, but I would imagine almost all of these deal with the fundamentals of environments when it comes to lighting. So one thing is things further away from the distance, further off, will start to look like gray-ish. And things closer would look more dark-ish. It would be like more vibrant. You can make things more vibrant up close. And then occlusion is necessary to show that things with respect to each other are casting shadow on each other. So then you can show that they're related to each other. And then all the other things are very similar. You tack on this principle onto everything else. Meanwhile, you take into account where your light source is, and typically you want like two light sources is fine. One light source is for your directional lighting. If you're using directional lighting, you don't have to use directional lighting. I just use directional lighting. And then this, your ambient color is to place all your environments in the same environment. So if you want to make like a tree feel like this tree is in the same place as this patch of grass, they have to share the lighting and ambient lighting off each other in order to show that they affect each other. And then obviously you can put it in front of something and then use some sort of occlusion to show that they're in the same environment. That's at least what I've gathered. And I haven't really done anything beyond those things, besides practicing those things. You're trying to do a close-up shot of a blossom tree. I see. So, like, are you talking about, like, this type of tree? And you just... something like this. And then you'll have like... something like that. Yeah, and then you can put like flower stacks here, and then maybe like have a direction. Just have them going this way, and then if you like it, you can probably like warp these and push them to the right, so you can have flow on the tree. Obviously, you have to imagine. You did it on the wrong layer for the last 5 minutes. Oh, rip. Yeah. Digital art, growing pains. But yeah, so oftentimes what I tend to think is, if I can draw it static, like this is the static image, right? Then that would be my first sketch. And then the second sketch is I need flow. So if you're ever experimenting with environment like a tree or something, you need flow, so you can move everything and push it to the right, so then it looks like the wind is coming from the left. That would give you flow. So then all your stacks would be like slightly this way as things kind of peer off this way, so you can get like a flow going through your thing. If you're talking about stiffness, the first question you asked was about stiffness. So you can push all your lines to the right if you wanted something like flow. And then you can add particles like petals and stuff that flow into one direction. That's a way to go about it. You can also accent it with like a, for example, not if you want to keep it largely static, there's always like you can do a cloud that blows this way, so something like this, right? So all your clouds could go this way in the background, right? There's ways to complement the flow of your piece. Obviously the focus is on the tree, so you pick a direction and move everything. Obviously don't make the tree itself flow. The tree itself will be an anchor point, so it's kind of nice to have an anchor point and then show that everything else is moving. So anything you can imagine that actually moves, pick a direction, right? Pick a direction and then add any like extra stuff, which would probably be the petals and whatnot that are falling off in the same direction. It takes a little bit, but you kind of get used to it because you're always constantly doing the same motion to the right. The more things you have going in the same direction, the more likely it feels like it's flowing somewhere. I understand what you mean by stiff. By stiff. However, stiff can also turn into calm. And calm has a bloom. So there's a bloom effect when it's calm. So say like, imagine a cliff. So you're facing a cliff, and then, right, you have your tree, right, casting in the sun, and then clouds obscuring it. So this is more like a calm composition. So everything is calm. It's all swelled up in the middle. So then the tree will look less static. It feels more like it's calming. And then you have like a person sit here or something, I don't know. Put a silhouette of a person. Maybe two people sitting here. And that would be, your center point would then be the tree. But the tree would be, everything would feel like it's just floating up because there's a calmness to everything. So despite everything feeling like the tree feeling static and flat, the things are just slowly diffusing. So you can make like clouds slowly diffusing while it's hiding the radiances of the sun, and the sun is just standing in the middle. It'll look unnatural to have a character with smooth line art next to not so smooth background lines. That's up to you. Some people think it's unnatural. For me, I use it deliberately. I already showed you like artwork by Wit Studio. Wit Studio does it intentionally. I do it intentionally too. My characters always have prominent line art because it looks like picture book. I design most of my stuff like a picture book, so the characters would always have like defined shape, while everything else is diffuse, and it draws contrast to the character, so you can always highlight the character. I sometimes do the alternative, which is what I did here, where I use a silhouette of the character, which is kind of defined, but everything else is defined around the character. So despite the character being very tiny and low in detail, it's the scale of the environment. Most of the time when I do environments, it's not about the character, it's about the character in the larger, well, it's kind of about the character. The character serves as a juxtaposition to the beauty of the environment, because the environment is greater than the character. The character is a participant in the environment. So whenever you see like crazy scribbles here and there, you can anchor something using very defined things. So this would be a defined thing. The character could be defined in the thing. The alternative is you can choose to make sure the form, like another way is to make sure the principal forms have good line art in them, and then everything else within the boundaries will feel very good. Like for example, this is very defined. I don't have pen pressure, so that doesn't help, but imagine this is the thick line, right? And then these are the thick lines. So if you already see the tree. So then every other line, they can be smooth lines. Like what I mean is they can be like jagged, anything, but they can be lighter. But I can't do that. Well, I can kind of sort of do that like this. I'm radiating, so the reason why I'm doing it in this direction is that all the branches have a flow. They're always going out of the body, but since you have your larger lines, these lines, regardless if they're smooth, they have to be executed with intent. So as long as the big lines are executed with intent, the eyes will focus on the big lines. All these smaller lines will provide filler, and that filler is bound by the form you are guiding, and it doesn't have to be enclosed, in my opinion. So like lots of times people would think of the lines having to enclose something, but your eyes will fixate on the line. So like you can even add even higher layers, as provided that the lines are stronger. So like, let's add some more roots, right? And let's add a bigger chunk in the front. So now you have multiple layers. Now this is using like distance. Heavier things are closer to you, and lighter things, even with line art, is further away. So if you wanted to do line art, just line art to remind yourself like which ones are the finer details, which ones are larger details. That's why oftentimes if your line art is really good and you can capture the form of something, you don't really need much more than that. The rest, for the details, you work on like a smaller scale. So sometimes you can translate that to your line art. I typically do it this way for line art. Change pen sizes? No, you can use your pen strength. Like what I mean is it's up to you. Like for myself, since you have pen pressure, I try to practice doing this all at once. So you push down harder, right? So I can't demonstrate. Actually, no, I can't demonstrate this without an art program because this plugin does not have dynamic pen pressure. So what happens is if I try to illustrate, like if I'm drawing a tree, for example, it would look like this. It would go up, and then while I'm doing it, I would connect it with like and then I would go even lower and do like you're trying to create dimension in your line art, and that doesn't mean they're less important. You're trying to capture the form of the thing, but you're also reminding yourself what's further away, what's closer. At least in my opinion. Functionally, I use line art to tell me like what's closer and what's further away. So when you create layers, like for example, if you want to make a cloud, this is not fundamental. I have no idea what people do, but for example, here's a cloud, the major cloud shape, right? And then you want to create a layer, so and then you want a finer detail, right? So then when you color this in, when you decide how you color these things, these are boundaries of the stuff that you want to add. And that's how I do the stuff. How I like use line art to my advantage. So that would be a three-dimensional cloud. You can't see it yet because I mean, some people might have trouble seeing this for the time being, but I would imagine someone who's done a lot of line art could see where the overall shape is. It's creating layers, so you know that this little cloud back here is behind this large cloud here. And then I use this to also mark smaller details within a larger image, but that's later, so I don't really need this part. So then imagine what they would look like. Anything within this branch, this little blob, would be a little bit more vivid. This one would be a little bit more faded away, so I would add a bit of gray. And then on the back, I would add even more gray. And immediately, you'll see the three things. So you can do that with the tree. The tree is very similar, at least in my opinion. And the reason why I do environments this way is because then you can rely on your own intuition. So like, for example, let's not imagine the tree. We have like no trunks, no nothing. Right, so what does a tree look like? Well, we can start with one of the major branches. And then now you need something in the back, right? And these would be on separate layers. I don't have layers on this. So what you would do would be to probably draw your big ones first, then start from the back, then go to the front. And usually there's another thing. The things that are further away are slightly smaller than the things that are, on average, things that are in front. Right? And then things that are really far away, they are typically smaller. And that's marked by your line art too. Your line art can also tell you distances. It can guide the eyes to have distances. Now you might be thinking, oh, this just looks like a bunch of clouds, right? But then you can go back and then you can also create dimension behind the tree. And can match up the stuff. So and now you have a tree, and it's three-dimensional with line art only. And obviously you can add branches, so you can add the small branches. Those branches are like a lot smaller than the stuff. And maybe you can extend it by a little bit more to get closer branches. They're usually like kind of crookedy and a bit over the place. And then maybe add a few larger branches here near the middle. Obviously, I'm not trying to be very clean, but what happens is then you can always clean it up a little, like here. And then now you have a tree. You have a gigantic tree, three-dimensional, and then when you fill it in, your line art guides you as well. At least that's how I go about environments. If you wanted to use your line art to demonstrate stuff. And nature, the nice thing about environments, and if you choose a environment that's not like man-made, typically there are rules, or quote unquote rules, that are very natural. And the thing is, right, objects closer are often bigger on average. It's average. So you can still have like a smaller object bigger than the largest object in the back, but you can see that the bigger line on average is bigger when they're closer, right? They're smaller when they're further away. So your line art can also be thinner, so that means it can be thinner far away, and it can be thicker close up. And then we also know obscuring, things that are closer are in front, and things that are smaller are in back. So then you can draw accordingly. Now, if you're saying like, oh, but I'm a practical artist or something, like I learned more from practical artists to adjust to digital. So you can start with the back first, then you would draw all over it. So oftentimes artists, even digital artists, would draw the background first, then the foreground, right? So the background, the midground, then the foreground. So instead of doing from front to back, which is what I did here, I did front to back because I don't have layers, or like painting, it's really hard to paint on top. It'd be too chaotic. So this stuff, you can go back and erase them, or like paint over them. So the idea is you start on a layer on the back end. So if you start on the back end, you can sketch everything, right? You can sketch everything in this distance, and then you're like, I need something in front. Then you draw over the current thing, and then you need something really far in front. Then you draw over it again. And to me, that's closer to practical art, which is you put on your layers, then you paint on top of it. You're painting over your thing, so you're constantly getting closer and closer to your distance. But in digital art, you can do it in either direction because you have different layers. So that's how you would use layers, in my opinion. So I didn't really learn any fundamentals of digital art or whatnot. I simply looked at people and looked at their process, and I'm like, okay, well, all right, let's picture what the tree looks like one-dimensionally. All right, now let's look at the tree two-dimensionally, and then let's look at the tree three-dimensionally. And then you're wondering, is there more? Yes, you can look at the tree fourth-dimensionally, and fourth-dimensionally is flow to me. That's what I would call it, flow. And flow tells you where the thing is going. So oftentimes, while the tree is stiff, you can do like right, you can create a semblance of movement in the portrait if you want. And that's the fourth dimension. Movement in a static image, like you can see the tree waving in the distance, or like brushing in the wind. That's the fourth dimension. You're getting the person to see the tree move on its own, which is very difficult with like a normal pen thing. I'm not entirely sure how I would do it with a pen, with like a flat pen. I guess you could like do like just specks. Right? And then like different amounts of specks going this way. Something like that would give you like a kind of a idea that things are falling off of the tree and moving to the right, right? But that's kind of what I gathered from occasionally doing artwork. This is at least this is an example of my process. So if I had to explain very quickly how to create a environment, nearly all of my environments are created with this idea. You have to have distance, clarity, and size. So like with distance, you have to consider clarity, relative size, and obscuring, like what's in front. So position, clarity, and relative size, and everything varies with that. And then if you're wondering, so where does lighting come in? You already have the answer. Things that are closer are more vivid. They have the directional lighting is more visible on them from whatever angle you have. And as you're going back, you take into consideration the shadowing and occlusion, and then the fading of the lighting and the particles. So as long as you keep those consistent, even if it's plain directional lighting and bounce lighting, if you do them on your separate layers, it will appear as though you accounted for the lighting as well. So the way I do lighting is I do the same lighting technique for all 3 layers, and then I alter the clarity and the hue based on their distance. So all the second layer, will be a little washed out. It would be a little darker in certain places. It'll be darker like in this places, and then it'll be a little bit washed out. And then the further back it goes, it'll be even more washed out. But all the lighting actually stays the same. Like the lighting technique stays the same. So when you color, like this side will be brighter. This side will have your ambient lights, and it can be large shapes. The detail of lighting depends on the size of your shapes, because your line art, in my opinion, is supposed to tell you where the edges and position of your largest object. So the more line art you do, the more lighting you will have to account for. So typically a piece like this will take a while. It's still better than trying to draw every individual leaf. Like if you like zoom in and you're thinking, I'm gonna draw every single leaf, I already saved myself like several hours by understanding the principal shapes of my tree, because the details of putting in all the leaves, that's fantastic if you have the time. But I think this is where, like, when Crocodile said that they wanted to do like realistic things, right? They wanted to draw realistic people, and it was to my comment about anime, and I made a comment that is a very large misconception between what is realistic and what is considered anime. Animation requires that you understand the principal shapes. That doesn't mean they're any less realistic. The idea is, like, for example, when someone first draw a face, right? You're like, okay, what does a face look like? Well, right? You're like, oh, this looks very nightmarish, right? I'm drawing a guy with a fro or something, right? So the idea is you could think of the face like this, which is, oh man, there's a lot of lines, a lot of details that you have to look at. But when it comes what animation or anime teaches a lot of times, or even like manga artists, is they understand the principal shapes first. And when someone says they're learning anatomy in order to make something realistic, it's not the same as realism, the realism that people are talking about. Realism, in my opinion, is often in the details that people emphasize. What makes an animation, like an anime's face, dramatically different from a realistic face is not it's not how like the principal shapes are different. It's often what people think is the details. So a lot of times the animators, the manga artists, they know anatomy really, really well. In fact, most of their characters are incredibly anatomically correct. They stylize it after they understand anatomy. So whenever someone says like, oh, I just want to draw realistic people, that's why I don't look at other artwork. It's like people break rules after knowing their proportions and whatnot. And the large quantity of like misconception deals with, oh, there's more detail, so it looks more realistic. Like actually realistic things have better form. Or what I mean is the thing that makes things realistic or captures realism, not necessarily like how realistic it looks in detail, is the form. If your form is off, it doesn't matter if you're drawing anime or realism or cartoon. Without your form, it will look like this. Like you're wondering like, okay, so where does the form end? Where does the form start? You have to clarify your form. So the difference between like a good looking cloud, right? A good looking cloud is understanding its principal form. And that's where I feel like I didn't study fundamentals, obviously. I didn't do like Loomis and all that. But if I were to study Loomis and I would break out a textbook, I would understand how the process works. The process for Loomis and like anatomy and stuff is to teach you form. That is not different between most artists. The reason why they are fundamentals is that form is required for most of their artwork. So saying that something is realistic versus not realistic, often, in my opinion, it's incongruous. It's incongruous with the idea of fundamentals. Like both anime, manga artists, you know, anyone who has to draw a human has to understand form. And that form is why you practice anatomy and whatnot. Otherwise, you get like arms that look like this versus, you know, an arm that kind of looks like this, right? You're trying to capture the form. And an environment is very similar, in my opinion. I just find the environment a lot more interesting. So like a tree, you have to look at a tree and ask yourself, where's the major form at? Like what type of tree do you want? Like for example, my favorite type of tree is like the bonsai tree, right? So, all right, so you're wondering, okay, so how do I get a mountainside? The major form of a mountain to me looks like this. So this is a mountainside. And then one of my favorite like trees from Japan are bonsais. So bonsais forms, they typically look like this. You're like, okay, that just looks weird. I'm like, yes, because their major forms of their leaflets looks like bundles like this. So now you have a mountainside with some bonsai trees. And no, it doesn't matter if they're smooth, unnatural, or sharp. You have to understand the form. The form, your line art is responsible. Your line art is responsible for understanding the edges of the object, like the edge, the volume. So if you do not have command of the larger form, which is what I mean by when people talk about I want to paint realistic things, they typically, or like make realistic things, they draw all the details without understanding the form first. So you could have someone who is very good at detail, but something always looks off, in my opinion. And one of the biggest things that look off is when people fail to anime themselves. Now, there is a drawback to the whole anime thing. So, and then I'm not talking about just Japanese anime, I'm talking about animation. Animation, what they do is the vast majority of their skills focus on form. It's not realistic yet because most people who think of realism is in the details of it. But because they can't imagine it, imagine the form without the details, like all the pores in your skin, all the spots and age spots, and like the lines in your face. But if you draw the lines on people's faces and their eyes without understanding the form, it'll still look weird. Like if you try to draw a dog and you're really good at capturing the details of the fur of a dog, the dog will still look weird if you don't have the form down. That's why a lot of times I refer back to animation, like Disney animators and anime animators. They have to understand form. Without the form, it doesn't matter how detailed your things are, it's probably not going to look realistic either. So that's one of the typical first steps, in my opinion. And no, I didn't get this out of a book or something like that. I simply thought, okay, well, what is my eyes attracted to? When I see something, I see the silhouette of a character. The environment, I see the mountain's shape. So whenever someone talks about drawing, they think about the details. As in, oh, but there's all those leaves and there's all those petals and like there's so many cracks in the mountain and stuff. Your eyes are incredibly intuitive when it comes to the details. If you mess up the form, in my opinion, 90% of the effects is illustrated by animation. Like, that's one of the wonderful lessons. Like, you don't have to be an animator, in my opinion, to appreciate how skilled animators are, because animators have to do a lot with less. How do you capture the essence of an object? You have to at least capture its form. Otherwise, like, yeah, you can draw super high fidelity things and hyper realistic pores, but the person would look like not the person you're trying to draw. And I think that's what was the greatest lesson from anatomy, which I haven't done yet. I haven't studied anatomy, but I imagine that I have been sort of doing it already intuitively. And that's luck. That's just by pure luck. Because when I look at a person, I see the shape of a person. I don't really first see, oh, this person's wearing, I don't know, like a white t-shirt with a logo on it. I see how the shirt is draped over the person's body, and that's all I draw. I draw the shape first. The details, you can make up details as you want. Like, you can change the color of their shirts and whatnot. But if they're like shirt doesn't drape properly over the shape of their body, then no amount of detail is gonna, in my opinion, no amount of detail is gonna supersede the form. So your tree might look weird, for example, because it doesn't take on the shape of a tree. That's kind of one of those things. Like, let's say you drew a tree like this, right? Like, what's going on? What happened? What happened to this tree? I don't understand. Why are its leaves down here and why are there random lines up here? Like, are these branches? Like, what happened? And hear me out. You can like make everything upside down and you can still make this work. Like, maybe you can add other things that are completely flipped upside down and stuff, so avant-garde kind of thing, like surrealism. But typically when you're going for something like naturalistic, you gotta observe, in my opinion. You ask yourself and do a study, quote unquote a study, right? A lot of people do studies. What they typically do is they study someone's style, in my opinion, or study like how to copy it. Oftentimes when I'm studying, I'm looking at the juxtaposition of things. It's kind of like language learning all over again. Like, the idea is, okay, so these bundles of leaves are with respect to this distance, okay? And I kind of see that these things like kind of cluster with some spaces, but branches are like, the surface is a little bit more like this. That's what I mean when I'm studying something. I don't think that's the same thing when other people do studies. And I think that comes with experience. It's kind of very, to make it relate back to language learning, most of the stuff that I do, I observe and analyze my subjects. So whenever someone says I'm practicing and studying, I feel like quite a lot of times they mean they're copying and hoping by luck they understand something. And this is usually when the skill is seen as new, regardless of your experience. Or if you're a new person, like you're an inexperienced person, so you're young, right? Then usually it's also new. And when the skill is seen as new, then oftentimes it's imitating, pretend, fake it until you make it. But by luck, you can understand things. And that is a way. This works. It also requires lots and lots of hours. And it creates, in my opinion, the foundation of your capacity to learn. And the more you do this, right, the more you do this with new skills, the more likely that there's a chance that you'll continue to develop foundations for learning. For myself, I did this a lot when I was younger, and now older, I don't learn things the same way anymore. Like, whenever someone asks me, hey, let's go learn how to draw a picture, immediately I'll be a little bit, maybe this is a humble brag, I would honestly think I would expect my learning curve to capture something much lower than another person who doesn't do a lot of skill work, who doesn't have foundations in learning, like different types of learning. So the way I explained the tree thing, give it a shot. Like, in my opinion, I think the way I understand how trees work and how I explain my process, if someone goes through that process, they'll make a tree. They'll make the tree that I make, which is kind of my gold standard. If I say I learned how to draw something, I need to be able to explain it well enough that when someone else goes to do it, they would get to learn and understand how I did it in the first place. And that is what I mean by when someone actually learns something. I don't necessarily, and I have a high standard for this, so I'm not talking about other people who like need to feel good about their stuff. They can choose their standards. My standard is, if you can't explain your process, if you can't do this, and then have someone be like, oh yeah, exactly, I'll try to do that, you know, like Bob Ross, right? If you can't Bob Ross this, then you haven't learned it. You haven't learned it yet. You've been practicing and trying to learn it, to comprehend it, which is good. Currently working on the shadow of the parts close to the camera. The form looks okay in your opinion? That's great. I think if you're satisfied with the form, I sound like a broken record because I feel like by coincidence, most of the people I watch now who like do art for a living, form is like, it's one of the foundations. So top 3, I concede with most of them. Among the top 3 is form. That means that you must understand the shape of your person, and then the shape is what most things are built on. So like where your lighting edges are, where your shadow edges are, where the fuzzy parts are going to be, you know, like the blurry parts, where the sharp parts are going to be. Without form, it can't guide most of those things. So, and form, if some people are like, well, I don't care about form. What's so pragmatic about form? I mean, a lot of people like to save time. In this world, they always think about the gist of things. Form is that. You save a lot of time with form, in my opinion. And then you can spend all the time in the world to make it realistic if you want. And I suck at anatomy because I haven't done it yet. So, take that with a grain of salt. I have looked at a lot of trees though. I've looked at a lot of mountains, like oceans and whatnot. I like nature. So like my favorite gag about rivers is like this. Oops. Oh man. My this program is not ideal. See? Right? You have, like, obviously it's a little bit oblong, but we can rivers into the distance, right? Things, even without using pen pressure or anything, you can still get a river that goes off into the distance. And the river's flow is depicted by the wobbliness. So if you want to reduce a river down to its form, you make some wiggles to give the river some flow. And then when you want something to go off in the distance, right, it gets smaller. So the distance, the relationship between the banks of the river contracts, right? And then there's other things where, like, okay, well, you need contours. You could make like a contour, which you can still do this, and then it comes back here. Well, oh my goodness, I keep hitting. Okay, so now you have a contour around the land, but you still have to take into account the distance of things. And then now you have something to build on. So you could have forests. Right? So here's some forests. Here's a forest line. Here's a larger forest line. Right? And here's an even larger forest line. So then you can build on top of the forest line, and then you can maybe like, oh, well, we're gonna add a mountain range here. And it's gonna be relatively big, and then we have to add a forest line in front of it. And maybe a smaller forest line in the back. Right. So then you have like a place to build your mountains. Maybe you'll add some notable trees coming out of the mountains. Maybe like a very large tree out here. Right. And then we can have some stuff flowing out. Right. Then you're building out your environment. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy. I think one of the satisfactions you get, the reward you get when it comes to artwork, is when you're allowed to do flow state stuff. So all your fundamentals, right? You're working on your fundamentals. You have to get through it, right? Much like your math, your science, your language, you have to get through the foundations. And then the foundations allow you the luxury of flow. And that's kind of what I mean when I hear someone say, I want to do your goal is to do the hard thing, the goal. You're looking at the goal, and everything you're doing is based on the goal. In my opinion, everything should be about, most of the things need to be about the foundations. Then your goal could be anything, because after you get your foundations, you can break the rules. Rule breakers only happen when you understand your foundations. And what I mean by rule breaking, things like stylization in art, you can stylize once you understand the fundamentals. It creates a core points. So you understand how your stylization is grounded with how other people perceive. So the foundations help everyone relate to you. And then you can explain how your stylizations are consistently away from a foundation. That's rule breaking. Doing a style requires that you also built it upon a foundation that everyone else typically sees and knows, so then they can appreciate your stylization. Stylization without foundation is kind of like someone who thinks their aim and constant aim to expect of their artwork is to be realistic from day one, which is not accurate. It will, in my opinion, it will likely make them take shortcuts. Like they would draw certain things without understanding the foundations of things. So that's my opinion. And it's not my opinion as an artist most of the time. It's my opinion about learning. So often people learn something thinking that they can shortcut foundations. Like the foundations of language learning is not because you can listen to some native speaker. That's not a foundation. Listening to native speaker, immersing in things is all sorts of lacking in foundation. Foundation is understanding how do you learn your first language. Hopefully, if that's still even memorable. If not, you have to go through your foundations again before you suddenly think, oh, I'm gonna vibe the rest. Vibing is what I mean. When you look at something and you're vibing it, that's the end game. The moment you can vibe, at least, again, this is my personal opinion, when you choose to vibe as your first way of learning something, there's no basis for your correction, your competence, or any level of self-evaluation. You really don't even know what is it that you're vibing most of the time. Like, oh, this person keeps doing this. I noticed this. Oh, this person keeps saying this phrase. I think I know what they mean. And then you have a bunch of gaps, like tons of gaps. And I think right now that is the most popular way of doing most things. Learning without foundations. So learning without understanding principles, comprehension, patterns that are like time tested. So when someone says, oh, go immerse, you'll learn a language, in my opinion, I highly doubt it. I really highly doubt it. It's like looking at a Van Gogh painting and saying, if I stare at it long enough, I can replicate it. It's like, yes, you probably could replicate it if you stare at it long enough. Painstakingly measure out the stuff. But in that process, you're really hoping that you have the learning and analytical skills to comprehend it. Because then you get the greatest reward about artwork, math, science, language. You get to create. That's where the true vibing, in my opinion, the true vibing reward you get. You comprehend the thing you learned. So now you get to do things and explain things, like I only can explain things that I comprehend. I do not explain things I can't comprehend. Like, I'm not going to give you an anatomy rundown. Like, I haven't done anatomy. I don't comprehend it. I don't even know the foundations of anatomy yet. But environments, I understand the foundations of environments. So I can improvise, I can vibe all of these things. I think vibing is a privilege. It's the end game, personally, from the way I think. There are a couple people out there so far that anecdotally argues with me and say, no, some people are just wired differently. It's like, all right, that's fair. Like, I'm not here to tell you what you should be doing. I'm here to explain why I can do the things I can do. I understand the foundations. If I can't understand the foundations, I have to build a foundation. And after that, the rest is history. You get to play with it. You can break the rules. You can bend it. You can make light come out of nowhere and it still feels kind of nice. That type of thing. You just want to be done with this artwork after today. 19 hours, 3 months of this. You don't want to have to do much longer. So, if you don't want to do it much longer, then what's the point of chasing after artwork? Like, what I mean is, you gotta ask yourself about the bigger picture. If you can get sick of working on a piece of artwork, what are you gonna do with the rest of your life? You could quit art. That is also a thing, right? So hopefully that's not the prelude to that. My gold standard is, if you think you like to do something and you want to improve on something, usually it's not with the mentality of hoping that things end, but more like having something come to a satisfactory conclusion. So if you don't want to do this much longer, hopefully that's not a prelude to everything you do in art. Because I usually say, I don't want to do this much longer because I'm going to run out of time. As in, I can't do this much longer. I'm going to run out of time. That would be a testament to wanting to do something. If you're saying you don't want to do this much longer, despite having time to do it, that's a red flag to me. That means that you might want to strongly consider art as not one of your consistent activities, much like anything else. Like language learning, for me, the reason why I'm not getting most of the things that I'm doing done is because I'm running out of time to want to do this. Not, I hope I can finish it as fast as possible because, you know, you're telling yourself, I like to do artwork, I need to get better at artwork. and I want to finish this as fast as possible. Artwork is not for you. That would be my most like direct way to tell you. If you want to improve on a skill, you're not telling yourself, I want to get over with. You're more like, how do I make time or more time to do it? That's I think that's a really important point to be making, right? I only choose to work on art once a month in a year because I'm well aware of how limited time I have, not because I don't want to do it. Since you're a lot younger than I am biologically, yeah, many years to think about these things, right? You're starting things, you're doing things. It might not stick with you, like drawing, learning Japanese, all those other things, right? All right, back to this. So, dull. I don't know dull being barracks and gold or metal. Do I? Don't want to do due to two reasons. Need to get other artwork done due to deadlines. Well, that's not stopping doing artwork. They're all related. And you want to change how this artwork feels instead of getting stuck with these small details? Well, if you get stuck with these small details and you don't understand how to get over these details, you don't see that as connected with your other artwork. You spent hours on this artwork erasing pixel by pixel and yet it didn't feel how you wanted to, and you think it's going to change when you start your next artwork. Like, what I'm saying is, like, so you're not going to learn anything from this artwork, and you think that the problems you have with this artwork isn't going to affect your next artwork. And then your next one. And then your next one. Because you think of it as a product, in my opinion, as opposed to a process. Erasing is a product of that, obviously, because you don't save the process, you're more concerned about the product itself. So if you're saying for two reasons you need to get the other artworks done, yeah, you do. That means you have to figure out how to finish it. And then take those lessons into your next one. They're not separate things, at least in my opinion. If they're separate things, then you probably have learned nothing from the first artwork. And then when you do the new one, and you're like, oh, I should get this done with too. And then this one has no impact on your next one. When in reality, they do. Your current one impacts your next one, which impacts your next one. Unless you choose to waste your time. That's a perfect reason for it too. Like, if you're choosing to forget this one, like, oh, I'm just gonna get this done, now I can wash myself of it, and then expect the next one not to have the same problems as your existing one. That's probably something you may want to keep in mind. Why does it feel like it's hard every single time you start a new one? It shouldn't, if you were learning something. You know, the thing that you shared with me where why does it, what do you do to get over like always having that hard start? Well, you learn over time how when you keep starting new things or start a new artwork, it's supposed to get easier in the respect that it was hard the first time. And then it still stays hard, by the way, because you're learning new things then, and not the old things that was hard. That would be something to keep in mind. So if you're gonna keep erasing pixel by pixel and yet it doesn't feel how you wanted it to, if you didn't learn anything from it, your next art piece is going to be the same. it's gonna end up feeling like you're gonna do the same thing. Then your problem repeats consistently without learning anything. Let's see. Make barracks out of gold, and they will be dull quickly. Okay. Ooh. Stone. I don't know how many stones I have. But not you, stone. So we have rice, yeah, rice bowl. That I think that's it though. And don is weird. So we do have to wait, what was the rice bowls thing? The don? Okay, I guess we're just gonna have to use don. Is not good. As you stare sadly at the dull barracks, the dawn shows up out of nowhere and he... Okay. The dull metal barracks. Or dawn. Dawn. Okay. Oh! Interesting. Bird skin. Oh, I can kind of see it actually. The goosebumps. Like the feather points in the bird skin. What are the chances this is double kun? Like tori, what? Tori, torida, toribada, maybe?
Torihada.
Torihada. Oh, okay, no rendaku. Fair enough. I went with the rendaku, but no rendaku. Okay. Gotta... What? Okay. Okay.
Hada.
Wait, why is this still in katakana? The heck? Am I not on the English thing? Yeah, I am. Oh, whoops. That's asking for a meaning.
Torihada.
Oh wait, did I skip spear? Oh no, I didn't skip spear. Did I? I don't remember what it is. Oh, something about Hoko? Hoko. Okay. Oh. Okay. Alright, let's see what the damage is. We got 113. That's actually fairly low. We're fine. 120, 125. I wonder if that stays 128. I wonder if that stays. Alright, the touch of. Okay. We have touch and skin. Alright, fair enough. A double kun. So hada, maybe a rendaku. So sawa, maybe hadazawa, hadazawari.
Hadazawari.
Okay. Cool. Hadairo. But labeling that as wasn't inclusive. Okay, this word actually refers to pale orange or peach color, and sometimes you'll see it used that way. But labeling that as wasn't inclusive of all skin tones. Now it simply refers to skin tone.
Hadairo.
Hadairo is fine. Okay. Devil. Oh, they swapped up the... Oh, did they swap up? No, they didn't swap up the bottom thing. So what was this? Gui. Right. No. More. More. In like more gui. This could be a lot of things. Maybe like I guess they would go straight to kun, right? No, ma. Interesting. Is it? Yeah. Okay. In akuma. Oh yeah, and in maho, magic. In majutsu. Ma is the devil. Yikes. Canopy tree is a demon. Because he's looking for his mama. Oh, okay. Sure. Kofune? It could be Kofune.
小舟
Kabune. Okay. With or Dendaku. Fair enough. It's a 50-50 on Dendaku. And then Fune. This mean is shared. Note that this word isn't usually by itself, right? It's usually attached to something, okay. But there's no like distinction.
船
Okay.
Hadairo
I lost it. Oh.
肌触り 船
Touch up. All right.
小舟
Okay. All right. Bell. Shaw is not gonna cut it. I don't think. It's usually referred to larger open-ended bells. Okay. I have no idea.
羽
Hane? Really? I doubt I have a kane. Outside of like money. Nope. Alright. Although money is fairly reliable. Okay. Oh. Okay, let's do the full thing. What is that? Metal. Band. Hometown. Sure. Then we have ne bell. Okay. That's not that great. Alright. Alarm bell. I don't imagine this use kane. So alarm bell. Wait. Oh no, kyosho.
継承
Keisho. Oh yeah, that's keisho. Dang it. It's kin. Keisatsu. Of course. Dormitory. What is this little thing supposed to be? Charcoal. Oh no. Charcoal and roof. Ryo or kyo. Ryo. Alright. Cool. It's still ryo. Alright. I think I'm okay with it. Charcoal is ryo, right? Oh, charcoal is just ryo. Alright, I got you. I got you. Charcoal under the roof. Dangerous weapon. Yeah, villain, vessel, or machine, or apparatus. Kyo. Kyoki.
Kyoki.
Okay. Ringleader. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. The origins of villainy. A ringleader isn't just limited to people, it also refers to the root cause of problem. Yeah, fair enough. Crime, scandals. So what are that? Genkyo. Genkyos. Okay. Neat. Very neat. Whoops. Oh, goodness gracious. Please. Stop asking for meaning first. Oh my... Stop! Oh my... Wait. What happened there?
金
Kyoki.
継承元凶
Is this not alarm? Oh, alarm bell, not clock. Oops. Atrocious. Yeah, that's atrocious, alright. Or like fiendish. What was the other word? Like cruel or... There's quite a lot of them. So what is this? Kyoaku.
Kyoaku.
Yeah, kyoaku. Approximate, that's
Koro.
koro. Or koro. Oh, that's interesting. Koro is marked as atama, and then koro is marked as hodaka. I didn't even notice that. Like when in Bunpro. Tray. Yeah. Wait. Double tray. Interesting. Oh there, crocodile. Good afternoon. What are the this is probably Boon. Boon is fairly strong. Ancestral festival. Part of your food on a plate, that then put that on a tray and keep it safe. It's offering. Bone. Intriguing. I wonder why they use tray. I guess it's for obon. Because of that obon. Okay. Bone. Okay. I don't think we have too many bones here. Nope. Alright. Oh no, wait, we do have to use bone though, because is there's no substitute for I don't have an Let's see. So let's just do it. We have part. Whoops. Parts. Dish. Tray. Actually, we might want to throw an ancestral festival. And then boom. Part of the dish. Tray. Bone. Okay. Next one, recently. Oh, yes, recently. Not that recently, the other recently, the other day. We got
先頃
Sakigoro. Dang, you gonna do me like that on a kunyomi? Okay. Wait, was this classified as kunyomi? Oh, I screwed up on that too. Possibly. That's two.
先頃
Goro, it's fair enough. Oh. Lately. Yep. That's the other recently. Lately. And then there's still Saikin and stuff. But anyways, Keen would be like, oh no. This might be different. It might not be Keen.
近頃
Chikagoro. Yeah, from Chikai. Chikagoro. Okay. Okay.
頃
Koro. Okay.
凶悪
We're just gonna use recently and use our understanding of the nuance. Oh, I don't know if it was Sakigoro.
先頃
Sakigoro. I wonder if it takes Sakigoro. Probably not. Oh, this. Oh, wait. Just kidding.
近頃
Sakigoro. Approximate age. That sounds about right.
年頃
Oshigoro. All of them are gonna be kunyomis. About when? Yep.
いつ頃
Itsugoro. Fair enough. Building. That is building. Dong. That could be tall. There's a chance this is tall. It's tall. Okay. Tree in the east is that looks like a building. Yeah, Dong was kind of weak on the Hanzi one for some time. All right. Recently, yep, that's also recently. Bunpro served on that one.
この頃
Konogoro is also recently. Different recentlies. Not even these days or recent days. There are more recent days and these days and next days and approximate days or last few days, a couple days. They're all recently. One's youth. Okay. Wakai? Wakai goro, probably. It's often used when fondly remembering the past. Back in my day, this is back in my day, when I was younger. Back in my day,
若
wakai
い頃
goro. Wakai koro. Oh no, Rendaku. Alright. Okay. Okay. Okay.
いつ頃
We're just gonna write about. It's about enough? No. It won't take about. Okay. Whoops. That's not right there.
この頃
Oh, like about how much it's kind of hard. About when, about how soon, about how much is fine, they're being pedantic here. I know it's about time, but how much time is also a thing. By more vibrant when close up, should I reduce the saturation for the far parts? You can do that. That's one thing. You're adding white. So when vibrancy or density, like distance, far plus white, close plus black. But sometimes black can also be more saturation, less saturation. It's a combination of the two. Usually it's like things appear more washed out. So more washed out also means less saturated. And then things that are close up are more vibrant. So they're either more saturated or they have quite a lot of darkness, like density. They're a lot more denser. So those are the two. If you just like, for example, if you took a far layer, right? A far layer, and you decide to take a white or a gray airbrush, and you like say mountains, right? And then you brush over it once, right? Brush over it once with this airbrush lightly, it'll probably create distance. It'll feel like your colors are slightly washed out. You can also make them dimmer if they're further from the light source, but generally if it's an open air or environment, you don't really need to. But you can also make the thing look less bright if the light source is closer. There's also that. If you're doing lighting, you also have to take into account, is your light source closer to the objects close up, or is it closer to far away? That would also slightly affect whether the thing is brighter or darker. So that could factor into your black and whites. Sometimes also, if your light source is closer to the things, you can simply add the light source's hue to it to make it look like it's closer. However, if something is very bright, it can also start to wash out. That's you don't really need to do this. You do this after the fact. Your light source comes after doing the other things. At least in my opinion. It's a lot easier. It's easier for me to think of it that way. What? Wait. Something is not computing there. What did they say about when? Okay.
年頃
What happened here? Okay. Soul. I need a kunyomi stat. I doubt this is kon.
魂
Hamashi. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, it's in Katamari Damashi. Hamashi. Oh, that's where the soul comes from. Oh, that's kind of cute. Katamari and Hamashi was in the same level. I wonder if that was intentional. Is that gonna be easy to remember? Not really. We'll go with it. I think it's a very strong heather. And then spirit. Does this keep? I doubt it. Probably kon. Kon.
今
Okay. What in the world is that? Oh, Wu is also I. Oh, interesting. I wonder which way they go. I have 5 things in my mouth. I need them for me. Waga. Okay. It doesn't say how this is used. Waga hai. Huh. Well now, Waga. Okay. I think... Alright. Hive mouth. I... Waga. Okay. Waka. Alright. Next one. Considerably. Considerably was kunyomi. Right? Nari. So it's probably not kanari. Oh. Actually, kanari sounds okay. It's possible that's considered. Probably not though.
かなり
Oh, kanari. Oh yeah. Okay. It's atama as opposed to otaka. Kanari, alright. I'll take it. Noroi.
呪い
Noroi is fine. Okay. Oh my. I swear. Wait. Is there any way to... No. I don't have any... Oh, dude. Dude. Whenever they ask for the meaning first. Yikes.
Kong
かなり
Ne? Oh no, I wasn't paying attention. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Oh, okay.
呪い
Oi.
Tamashi
Curse, that's probably Noro.
呪う
Noro. Okay, calendar. Well, actually, what type of curse is this? It's just, okay, that type of curse. Alright. Interesting. A calendar. We don't have anything, so it's anyone's guess.
暦
Koyomi. When looking at a calendar, the koyomi of it is to, well, not be able to read it at all because children can't really read. Oh, goodness gracious. Nah, we're not going with that. Reki was wreck, right? Okay. Alright, let's... okay, so we got cliff. We'll use forest, sun, deck, yo, me, calendar. Alright. In the cliff next to the forest. During the day, the ko and yo at me Becky. After Something like that? It's okay. Yomi. Oh, Yomi. How much should value variation be pushed to make it look readable? As a whole, no specific part? How much? What do you mean by how much push to look readable? What do you mean by readable? Oh, slice. Whatever is readable to you, I suppose. I have no idea what readable means. I mean, if the form is still there, the form is still there. If you're talking about like readable as in the lines are readable, I kinda cheat. I violate the lines. So, or I violate the distance thing. If you're talking about like the distance, like when they fade away, I actually keep my line art separate from whatever's coloring in between. So my line arts don't fade or anything. So it's always readable. If that's what you mean. How much values do you push until like the object itself is no longer readable? I actually keep my line art separate. So like my line art is always like really sharp. Like you're having an issue where all the shadows look too similar, to the lighter parts, but you don't feel great about pushing the values really dark. Why don't you? Do you not trust your form? No matter how hard you push your darkness or your lightness, if your form is good, then your form will always have form. Even if it's completely black, it should still be it. It's scary? Well, that's kind of the idea, right? You draw a mountain, right? And then you have a river, right? I attempt to use it. You draw a mountain, you have a river. Even if the whole thing turns black, right? Even if the whole thing turns black, if your form is good, then your silhouette is always going to be there. You'll always know what it is. But if your form is messy and it's like obfuscated by other things, then yeah, you'll lose it. It would be scary. Like even if you color it entirely white, the form should still be there. So like even the whole river turns black, it will still kind of capture the essence of the river. So it's kind of a great way to test if your form is good. Like it also have to keep in mind composition kind of matters here too. Like if you're putting too much things over each other, the form can get lost too. Like for example, if you put a cloud over this, even if the cloud is completely black and the mountain is not, you can fill it in. But you don't have to go like, you know, that common thing, never go full black. That's kind of a 90% of the time don't go full black, and then like 90% of it don't go full white or like full saturation. Usually full black and full white and full saturation. People tend to use it sparingly, which is fine. I use it sparingly. What I use white and black are edges. I always use white black edges, like line art. They're the same as line art when I do edges. And then full sat are for edges too. Usually where the light source is. So my full sat is whenever there are the closest thing to the light source. Edges closest thing to the light source. White is also a use too, where it's edges that are not directly towards the light source, and then black is the darkest of shadows. Black for me is occlusion. I always use it for occlusion. Kind of like your picture book thing, you know, like you have a cloud, right? I use cloud because it's amorphous, right? And then you're like, okay, so I have another cloud back here. I can change the color. So, and then the black would be right here. And then the white edge would be here. So then it provides contrast. The thing closest to you will have a white edge. The thing that's obscured in the back will have a black edge. That's the only time I use full black and full white, because those are like the sharpest points of comparison. So I can create like a lot of people would say like the picture book effect, where like it looks like the thing in the front is popping out from the thing in the back, which can be a thing, but that's up to you. I think this, when I say it's a cheat, it's more like this is part of my stylization. It's kind of like the comic book effect that people refer to, where the thing feels cut out. Otherwise, yeah, just stick in between whatever your range is. Here's one thing that fundamentals. Here's a fundamental about shadowing. Your darkest areas have to stay your darkest areas, and your lightest areas, I know this is so generic, have to stay your lightest areas. So like areas where you think are going to be the lightest, no value should exceed that. And areas that you think are the darkest, no value is going to exceed that. So when you're like doing your, you're doing your background and then you're doing your midground will have dark levels and it will have light levels. They cannot exceed the boundaries of your dark levels and your light levels, depending on which direction you have. Like if this back is supposed to be darker because they're further away from a light source or something, then the whole area here cannot exceed the darkest parts of the back. Otherwise, it will look like this is like further back. So that's kind of one of those things that deal with fundamentals. Whenever and this comes from like CGI and post-processing. When I think of people talking about post-processing and adding like effects right back on top of live action, dark values have to agree, and like that your darkest values have to agree with your lightest values depending on where it is. Otherwise it will look like certain objects are closer or further even though you drew them further and closer based on your lighting. Probably gonna have to feel that out yourself. I'm not great with those things. I use directional lighting as a crutch at the moment to determine where my light is and dark is. So like for example, you have your environment here, and if the directional lighting is over here, then your darkest values are going to be over here, your lightest values are going to be over here. So this part would be very dark. This part would be very light. How you simulate light is dependent on your white balance and your black balance in your color. Sometimes it's saturation. Saturation is a little bit more confusing because hues are not equal. Like certain hues feel brighter when they're saturated than other hues. But if you add white and black to your existing colors, then those are muted. They don't interfere with the hue per se. Because like if you think of a bright red color, a red is still kind of red when it's like darkened. So there are like mixtures and saturation. That stuff, I guess at the moment I vibe that stuff most of the time. I really don't know how to explain how hues vary with feeling brighter or darker. I tweak saturation based on if I want to accent something. Whites and blacks are what I use to lighten and darken a place. Slice. Okay, actually I really need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Black. The color is about 60% from white to black for your darkest parts, and you don't know how you feel about it. 60% from white to black. Oh, I see. I do have one comment. When I was talking about hues, right? When you think about shadows, light, and lighting, and if you're constantly relying on hues, that is lacking one fundamental. There is another fundamental when it comes to lighting, and top three, right? Top three, where we talked about form. One of them is volume. Volume is the other one that I typically find the most consistent between people I observe. Take it with a grain of salt. Volume. So if you're afraid of blacks and whites, if you're afraid of blacks and whites, right, we're talking about the color, you have to do your picture, do your artwork in black and white. You have to practice volume. Volume is one of, when it comes to lighting, if you're uncomfortable, like you're trying to create comfortability in learning fundamentals, you have to practice volumes. That's why usually I don't talk about hues. Hues are very conditional. It's like really dynamic. So hues are built on the fundamentals of volume. So if you know how to do a volume, like for example, a great test is do your entire thing in black and white. You're not afraid of whites? I disagree. Because if you don't understand how your whites work, they're one and the same. They're not separate things. They're not separate things. I think the reason why you fail
to appreciate blacks is because you think whites are separate from from blacks. They're not. No matter what you do in white, it's a balance between white and black. That's compartmentalization. That's a failure for another fundamental. Whites and blacks are tied together. Like, the absence of white is black in digital artwork, or maybe even practical artwork. But if you think that you're not afraid of whites, then you shouldn't be afraid of blacks. If you do the entire thing in black and white, it doesn't matter. And another comment, it doesn't matter what hue it is, because if you take the properties of the black and white and you apply a hue to it, as in the color, it'll come out properly. It will likely come out properly. And this is a digital artwork thing that is very classical. Do your entire thing in black and white and then change the color based on your black and whites. Your black and white will retain its lighting relatives regardless of its hue. So if you change it to red, the white and blacks will balance the red in the lighting. So hue is not necessarily related to the concept of understanding volume. And no, white is not separate from black. If you think of it that way, then your blacks won't ever agree with your whites, in my opinion. So that's probably one fundamental that I feel is another one of those things. Like when you were thinking about distance, right? Or flow, for example. Flow is not just detached somewhere. You don't practice flow without understanding form. You think the background is okay and the character values are the issue? You don't know? And see, you say the background. Now here's the thing. Now you're saying the background and the character are two different things, right? If you're talking about the values of the background, you're also talking about its relationship with the values of the character. So you can adjust the value of the character with relation to the background. Like literally you could have a black dot standing in a completely white out thing, and the value would still be fine. Like, you have to imagine this whole thing is black, and then this whole thing is completely white. That's what I mean by your blacks and your whites are related to each other. They're not like separate things. You don't just do your whites and think that your blacks don't have to be balanced with your whites. Your composition is always going to be off if you have a bunch of white things next to white things. So if you think that your whites are good, then you have no element in understanding of how the blacks separate from the whites, which requires an understanding of lighting. Like, this part is black, but the edges of this person is white. Because of wrapping around the things. And it's not just sharp edges. There's you need to fade it a little because there's bleeding. So now the person is in the scene. This gigantic light source has bleeding wrapping around the character. So if you're doing black and white, you would need to know how your black areas interact with your white areas. Otherwise, yes, it will always seem like it's off because you don't see the relationship between the character and the background. You simply treat the background as a separate thing and a character as a separate thing. At least in my opinion. The way you're framing it anyways. I don't see how the background could be okay and the character not. If you're talking about values. Both the background and the character have value issues because they're related to each other. Unless you're doing some sort of like comic book thing or like a picture book thing where the background is removed from the character. That's a thing. You can violate rules, right? I talked about this earlier. You can violate rules for the idea of style once you understand the fundamentals. And one of the fundamentals is if you want the background and the character to have good values, they have to be related to each other. Otherwise, it could be a style. Like a style would have a character pop out with different lighting and the background is just removed from the character. You can have a style like that. However, that's understanding first that the fundamental is that the values of the character and the values of the background are related to each other. You use your car and an axe to slice down car. An axe. Can I get a keen? Zan? What the Zan? Yeah, we're talking a little bit about art today. We were doing earlier we were talking about line art. Environments. Environments is something that I can say something about, sort of, because I like drawing environments. I think we mentioned that, or you and I, Crocodile, have mentioned that before, that I do enjoy my environments. So we were talking about environments earlier, largely about trees and whatnot. I was sharing my process, because I actually have a process with environments now, but it's not reflective of other people's process. I did come across a couple of fundamentals though, and then that's what I was emphasizing, some of the fundamentals that I picked up along the way, and we're kind of talking about those fundamentals. After you slice down this poor man, you flee to Zanzibar. Okay, I mean, that's good, that's fine. Useful. Lunar solar calendar. What's that lunar solar calendar? Oh, former. Oh, that's interesting. Are you not afraid to push the values? You can always change it. Like I'm super contrast, so I'm hyper contrast person. However, there's a time and place. 100% white makes up less than like 5% of the art piece, and then 100% blacks make up less than 5% of the art piece. So it's not necessarily not being afraid, it's knowing where to place them. And for me, I'm a hyper contrast person. So like my style is hyper contrast, so there will always be some part in my piece that goes to complete white, and then there will be some part in my piece that will go into complete black, because I like to do this distribution. I want the full range. I challenged myself way early on to know that the vast majority of my stuff is going to be in here. A lot of the majority of the stuff is actually average, so it's gonna look kind of muted. A lot of the stuff is muted, like very well blended. So this is really blended values, So smooth is the idea. It's gonna look slightly blurry as well. So no sharpness. Like, it's very well blended. It's kind of smooth like a sphere, right? When you have a sphere, the center part of the sphere is going to be really well blended. But at the edges, it's going to be really sharp. Like this one, this edge is going to be completely white. And this edge is going to be completely black. And then everything in between is very well blended because I want the hyper contrast. Basically, my line art gets accented. So the edges always get accented very, very sharply. And the reason why I do that is because I like all my objects to contrast to each other. So what's next to this sphere is probably another object where this part now is completely black. And then certain parts of this part would be completely white. Like probably over here. Maybe like even over here. So I like my edges to be very, very sharp. I enjoy doing that. It's one of my favorite things. It helps me like accent my line art, my limited line art. And then and the last detail I typically do is I use cross hatching or like line waving to accent it even further, like this. Like one directional or cross hatching that extends from the thing. That's typically like quote unquote my stylization. So if you remove all of it, it'll still look like a fairly well blended, smooth thing. So once you remove these things, you can remove them from my piece, and it will still look like well blended things in the middle. Because this is the fundamental. The fundamental is light is very smooth. It has a smooth transition. So that's it. And then on top of it, the very last steps are the full whites and full blacks, where it creates that whole sort of comic book effect that I really like, or kind of like a video game thing. I already told you one of my inspirations, which is Soejima. I think that's his name. I keep getting his name incorrect. Yeah, so Soejima, the persona artist. The persona artist is aggressively black and white, or black and full sat. So he barely, like, most of the person's artwork barely even touches occlusion or blending. Like occlusion, really sharp occlusion maybe, but when it comes to shadows, there's really not any shadows. There's simply huge full skips from like one color, one value to another value. No blending, like no soft shadows, like none of that. It's super sharp, and what makes it really poppy is because the artist is really good with form. Form is like king when it comes to the persona artist. Like all of his characters, even if the whole character was in black and white, it will look amazing. Because if you look at the colored version, half the character is like completely black, and the other half of the character is like one solid color. And the reason why I picked this artist is because the artist isn't necessarily animating. A lot of his artwork is static. So oftentimes when you think about animation, you can save time by not like doing all the blending and stuff. But most of his artwork is completely one volume, right? Like if I give you an example, Uh, hang on, I want to make sure I don't like. Here we go. Like for example, it's a really small image, but like for example, like this, right? I can zoom in. Right? It's only two colors. Full sat red and completely black. Right? The thing is, his form is so good that you can get away with just two colors. Like, this is 0 volume control. It's 2 volumes. There are only 2 volumes in this whole piece. And that is a way to demonstrate how good your form is, like how good your line and forms are. And then you can add a couple values here and there to create dimension. But this guy is so good at this stuff that most of his stuff is only there's only 2 values in it. That shows you like fundamental why knowing your form is really important. And then obviously when you play a video game, there's lighting. They add lighting and different values to it so that you can interact with the light and whatnot. Usually what I consider someone, in my opinion, when I like an artist a lot, is that they can do all the fundamentals as they please. They can create an artwork which is completely in black and white and demonstrate how good they are with volume values, right? A volume map. And then they can completely be colorful by commanding the understanding of like using the dynamic range of colors. Or they can be like so here's the thing about this, right? If you're good with volumes, you can have fewer colors. Oftentimes, to demonstrate how good you are with volumes, you have fewer hues. Or black and whites, basically. And then if you want to demonstrate how good you are with like stuff like contrast, right? Then you can throw in a bunch of colors and see how good you are with your contrast. These are, and then form is don't fill in at all. Form is lines. And oftentimes when you remove color and you remove volume, what you have left is how good you are with your form. So to me, this contrast is not like the greatest fundamental. Form and volume is one of the 3 most consistent fundamentals. The other is I don't really know what it's called, but like it's like orientation, things like perspective. Perspective is the other one, not contrast. Contrast kind of is involved in volume. So I would say the third one is perspective, which I do not do very well. I actually do, the only perspective I do is distance, which is what we talked about. I do distance. So I do 2-dimensional distance, not 3-dimensional distance. Perspective obviously comes in 3 dimensions. In that way, when you're doing like going in and stuff, 2-dimensional at most. I go from 2D and 2.5D. That's where I sit. So none of that like this type of thing, and then off to the distance with like this type of thing. I don't do that. And 2D, it's 2.5 because you have something close, something in the midground, and something in the background. That's 2.5D because each plane is 2D and then there's 0.5, there's like a inward thing, but they're 3 layers. They're stacked 2Ds. So 2D layer on top of each other is how I would create perspective. Not the traditional foundational perspective where you draw like buildings and objects and making them sure that they're going somewhere. The only way I can make something at the moment that looks a bit 3D is through lighting. Lighting is how I compensate. So most of my artwork look like picture books. Because they're 3 flat layers with my attempt to use, and I only do 3-point lighting most of the time. The highest is 3-point lighting. Usually it's just 1-point lighting. And 1-point lighting is what I refer to as directional lighting. And then nowadays I would do 2-point lighting. 2-point lighting, the second source is a bounce light. Bounce lights for ambience. So anytime I can find an ambient bounce source, I would use that. So every object I have will have a directional light and a bounce source. And that's to create the quote-unquote 3D effect. But it's generally why then when you add the 3D lighting to the layers of 2D things is what I refer to as the 2.5D look, at least in my opinion. And I didn't study other people, other painters and stuff, but this came from video games, especially the indie scene. There are a lot of 2.5D video games, and I wanted to ask myself, how do I create a process to create that look? So most of my stuff is 2.5D. It looks like a 2D character that's in an environment that's separated by 2 different platforms. There's something in the front, there's something in the middle, there's something in the back. The character can be in any of those positions. Pretty ironed out. Maybe in the future I'll draw some perspective lines and do anatomy and what have you. Probably. One day. The former calendar, yeah, the former calendar is the lunar solar calendar. Is the traditional Japanese calendar, because we know that historically now Japan uses the Gregorian calendar. What is that? Q? Kyureki?
旧暦
Okay, cool. And then the common era, the West calendar. Oh yeah, that makes sense. The common era, because it's the westernized calendar, the Christian era. Interesting. The Western calendar difference from the traditional, which names its era for reigning. Yeah, emperors. The current Reiwa. Yeah, Reiwa. Oh, maybe not. Followed by the no. This is gonna be like Seireki or something like that. It could end up being like Nishi with something else. Which came after the Showa era. Neat, right? Yeah, okay.
西暦
Okay, Seireki. Alright, cool. Nice. Yay. I'm looking, like, if you're doing your artwork right, Crocodile is doing artwork, it will be really interesting to see how your guys's like fundamentals then are converted into your choices and whatnot. I have like little to zero fundamental training, so quite literally I watch someone do something and I try to derive fundamentals from what they're doing. So like We're not talking about stylization studies. Like a lot of times when people talk about studies, I'm looking at, like in language, I'm looking at relational analyses. I'm not looking at trying to create their style. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for what did they do that is consistent through their work. So when I watch someone, like an artwork, I watch many artworks. I study them. So like, it's not study a work by them, a character by them. I want to study what they do. What are they doing? And that's where I got most of my quote-unquote fundamentals from, if they are indeed fundamentals. I think the fundamentals, when you study something, you study a person, the fundamentals is the thing they consistently do. So it's not whether they stylize something or something. In order to do something that they believe is fundamental, that means it is in every single one of their pieces. Some people call that studying the person's style. But I'm not talking about the details. I don't keep the details. Like, I'm not talking about how they, added a touch of this on this one piece and a touch of that on that other piece. I'm looking for what they do nearly all the time. Like how they draw the lines in the beginning all the time. How they added their first coat of paint every single time. And if you're lucky, sometimes these artists go over their process, right? And you can learn from that too. You can learn an artist if you have an opportunity to go over their process. Now hear me out. If you spend most of your time having an artist explain their process to you, that also means you're not good at observing, right? It's the same thing with language. When you listen to a native speaker and you're constantly having the native speaker explain something to you, you're learning procedural things from them. Your comprehension comes after it because you're not observing anything. You're having it explained to you. Much like explaining a right answer. When someone is explaining the right answer to you, you are not observing and solving the question yourself. You are not undergoing a process. So while it is great to hear an art tutorial by an artist, it is a different skill. Active listening to an artist and then doing that's a different skill. Doing the observation, coming up with your observations, and then referring to the artist's process to see how close you were or how different it was, that is observational skills. So for me, when someone says they're studying something, I think so far, at least the people who showed me their studies, they're like, oh, they're doing some studies. And they show me like, a lot of them mostly show me how they went about reproducing something. And that is a different skill. Reproducing things is really impressive. Like having a reference, that's a fundamental like workflow. Looking at the reference, doing it. However, the act of doing the referencing is supposed to eventually transform into something that you can comprehend. So then your references become creative starting points. And that happens a lot later. For myself, I study people for what they're doing. I don't really mind if they make really great pieces or not really great pieces. Like for example, their drawings could be all stick figures for all that matters. You can study a person based on how they draw their stick figure. So I'm not saying I go out of my way to study someone who draws stick figures. The idea is if you see a gigantic painting, right, and it's so cool, it can look overwhelming. Like, for example, realism, right? If you want to draw realism and all you can picture is the realistic thing, then there's no fundamentals in it. Every time you tell yourself you're going to draw a tree and it's something that you imagine in your head, that lacks fundamentals. It's the final product. You're imagining the final product. You're not thinking about how you get to the final product. And when I study people, when I study things, I study people. I study their process. If they don't have process available for me to like confirm, then I watch them a lot. So like if you have an artist who posts a video like once a week, then I put in the time. If I really like an artist, I would watch their videos and I would figure out what are their fundamentals. If they don't have time and they're not incentive to explain their fundamentals, I don't really need it, because in my opinion, it's fun to practice the skills of understanding what they do. Like, it would be interesting for someone to explain to me the fundamentals of my ability to speak, like my English fundamentals. It would take a very skilled and observable person to understand and see when I code swap and when I deliberately and intentionally flip my vocabulary and diction while explaining things on stream. Like, I made it kind of obvious because I am intentionally doing it. And the way I pause on words and inflect on very specific points of emphasis, those are all cleverly, or like in my opinion, well practiced and rehearsed positions. And my hand gestures at very particular points are also intentional due to practice. So when you have someone who's very observationally inclined, they would be able to tell me what are the fundamentals of the way I explain things or do things. And that is how I would say people study other people to get a lot of value. That comes with a lot of experience though. Do you enjoy searching for time-lapse of artworks and trying to see what they did at each stage? I don't usually watch time-lapse. I watch what they do in the beginning a lot of times. So watch how they start with the basis, because I'm at the beginning. I'm not at the end. Like, I'm not gonna searching for time-lapse means that you're gonna try to see the bigger picture. That's vibing, in my opinion. When you vibe, you're looking for time-lapse. I'm looking for what did they do in the beginning, because I'm at the beginning of drawing. So how do they set the stage, all their fundamentals? So I'm looking at the beginning of various stages of their artwork. So okay, so how do they start with their line art? Not how they finish their line art, and then not how they finish coloring things, how they're capturing most of the process. So you could say, yeah, sure, I could go look for time-lapse and skip around in a time-lapse too. That's fair, right? However, whether it is a time-lapse or not, that is not my point of focus. I want to see what they're doing, something that they are habitually doing each and every day, each and every artwork. When you look at a time-lapse, you're gonna realize, in my opinion, that a large majority of the time-lapse isn't necessarily going to be when they're practicing their fundamentals. Their fundamentals leave the foundation for all of the other stuff. Like the little details they add, it's going to be really hard to know what their fundamentals are when they're spending like 30 minutes adding their details to their stuff. That's something that's part of them. The fundamentals actually do represent quite a smaller portion of a larger piece, at least in my opinion, most of the time. So if you don't understand the fundamentals, it's very difficult to get to the other parts. So when someone says, I want to draw this tree in this photograph, all right, what are the fundamentals? And someone's like, well, you know, I use trees all the time. So someone would say, okay, so a tree, I mean, this tree has a trunk. The tree has a bunch of branches, right? Oh, maybe I should start drawing leaves. That's how I feel when I see people focusing on looking at the bigger picture a lot of times. And I get it. You can still do it that way. I'm not saying you can't. The fundamentals that I see, though, is what does a tree look like? Oops. Oh man. Every time I grip when I'm gripping my mouse, I accidentally like push down on. Let's try that again. I accidentally hit my like right click button and it cancels the thing. That's a tree. I'm done. If I fill this in completely black, someone will likely still think it's a tree. No, like, that is the fundamentals of form. It's a tree. And some people will, okay, well, it kind of looks... Someone would argue, okay, well, it doesn't quite look like a tree. It can look like a... I don't know. Use your imagination. And I'm like, oh, that's a good point. So, that's a good point. And you're like, okay, so then what is the difference between that tree and this person's thing? Like, someone could say, I don't know. I really would need someone else's opinion on what else this could look like. If it looks like something else, then you can think about it. It's like, okay, so can you explain to me what part looks like the object that you're talking about? Then you can understand the relationship between that, what they're saying, and what you're saying, and you can learn more about form. Like, maybe that this form overlaps with a different form, right? And then, you know, then we go and add our very, very little cute and we can add our very little cute little clouds, right? Now we have some clouds. When we varied a bit of the color or the distance, the size, they will filter out on its own. And it looks flat because I have no pen density, right? Inherently, when I am holding a pen, my lines are going to change. As I'm drawing this part is going to be thicker than this part. And when I'm drawing these larger clouds up here, they're going to appear thicker than these clouds back here. They'll be thinner when I'm pressing down on a pen or like using a sketchbook or something. All of the lengths and depth will be in my pen stroke. But since this digital pen doesn't have any of that, I can kind of manually change the size if I wanted to, right? Then you know, it's like, well, what else can we do? We could add a little. Now we have birds. And what is the major shape of the bird? The top part is slightly smoother than the bottom part. The bottom part has a bit of ruffles from the feathers, and then you create a center point that will allow your head to fill in the head of the bird that's flying towards you. So these are forms, right? Like there's no need necessarily for like the greatest smoothing hand skills in the world. I'm using a mouse with like low DPI and a really chunky pen tool plugin online, and now I'm doing this, right? And like, oh well, all right, let's go add something else. So all right, now there's grass. Because what does grass look like? Well, if you look at these lines, like, oh man, that's not smooth lines. It's not like you think grass has smooth lines, right? And then you're like, oh man, that we kind of need a little bit more. So right now, so far, I only did form. So there's no details. There's no line details of any form. This is strictly using the form and then using flow to emulate the principal flow of a grass. Grass is just like really shreddy looking. So I simply went up and down with some curves. The bark of a tree is a bit sharp like. So I sharpen up my things. Leaves have a bit oblong and occasional points. So that segregates the bark from the leaves in its form. Clouds are wavy and they tend to puff up. So I tend to have a center mass for the cloud and then try to keep it kind of round. And then birds, I already talked about birds. Birds are a little bit more complex, right? So all of these lines, every single one of these lines are different. So when you're looking at them, they appear like separate objects. They're not the same objects. You don't use the same line shape and the same line textures when you're drawing they're all going to start looking the same thing. And then when they're juxtaposed to each other, it looks like a picture, right? We could add like oh my mouse work is a little rough here. Now we have a city in the back. That it's as good as so the quickest way is I accidentally added details. So the city would look something like this. Oh my goodness. My hang on, let me try again. Mouse. Very tough. Right? So now the city is different from everything else. The city has a different form. So I tried not to fill in all the gaps because we're not focused on the details. You're not going to add the details until later. This is the form of the city. And then over here, we could do something like... Now we have mountains. Mountains to the left, city to the right. Right? All of these things are different forms for your line art. We could even do something crazy and go like for 4D. We can do a 4D. No, I'm kidding, not a 4D, but even quicker background. So now there's something in front of it, like you're looking through a window or something into that, something like that, and then you can still continue to draw out of it, right? Something like that. Anyways, form is fantastic. Okay. Slice, wait, axe. Uh-oh. I don't know why it's on though. Totally don't remember. How did calendar work? Heck, it has something to do with like Yol, Ko. Oh wait. Hang on, I have to do calendar. Something like Yoko and or Koyo. Right, Koyo, and then I'm missing something. Okay. I'm making sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, I enjoy seeing what they do at each stage. It's so much more interesting when you see how things are done, to me personally, than seeing the end product. The end product is like a step. It's a step in the whole process. It represents such a small part of what a human does. I don't remember what the Koyo... It's like the children and us healing on a cliff in the forest during the day. Oh, it's after the wreck. We ate something. Me. Koyomi. I sound like a broken record, but it forms the core of pretty much everything that I've ever learned. the process represents so much more. I mean, like, it's hard objectively to argue against that. Like, if someone asks me that what takes up more time and what has more opportunities to learn from, the end result or the process, it is objectively nearly, I mean, some people could argue it still, but it is objectively nearly undeniable that the process takes more time and have more things to learn from than seeing the end result. I'm not saying the end result doesn't have any importance. I'm talking about the objective nature. If someone is to try to argue with me that more time is invested in the end product, like the act of presenting the end product or getting to the end product, like that end point is longer than everything that leads up to it, I would love to hear it, right? Not a competition. Objectivity does not suggest one is better than the other. It states that the process takes longer than the end product. The product that most people consume. The product that most people look at. It does not embellish or tell you how it was achieved. And in order to appreciate that, right? And this is where it's related. You look at an end product. If your internet, like if you're on the internet and the only thing you're interested in is the end product, then when you go to an art gallery, and you wonder why that stranger is standing in front of an art piece for over 30 minutes and you stood there for 1 minute and you're over it, then you'll understand, in my opinion. One day, if you can stand there for 30 minutes and stare at an art piece and you come to realize, oh, that's why that person was standing there for 30 minutes or more, that's probably because this person is having a process-oriented thinking. Like they're thinking about, I wonder what the artist meant by choosing this color in this corner. That's kind of weird. I'm really preoccupied with this thing right here. And then you're looking at it, you're vibing it as a whole, and it's like, okay, I've seen it, time to move on. Then this person, not bad or good, they simply don't care about the process. Like they're not interested, and that's fine, right? The thing is, if this person is wondering what this person is doing, the answer is found, in my opinion, 90% of the time. I'm going to say 90% conservative. It's in the process. So if someone is like, dude, why does this guy not stop yapping about the process? Like, I understand, because that person doesn't care how I came to these ideas. So it's not important to them, right? They don't care about the process of my thinking. They simply wanted to know the end result. Something like, what do you think is the best app? The current one I'm using. Goodbye. That's all they cared about. So there's no way they could possibly ever appreciate when I said it's very difficult to recommend a best app. And then if they say, go on, like, I really want to know, like, so what do you mean by that? Can you tell me more about what is it that why you can't recommend? That's a person that I understand would immediately know, okay, so they've been here before. They've been used to explaining things and thinking about how to make recommendations. That's how you know the person you're talking to also has a level of depth and understanding than the other person. So if you're wondering, then why would I need that skill? How do you get to know a stranger? Which is what we talked about, Mika, yesterday. How do you get to know a stranger? Right? And since Crocodile's here, it's relevant to this. How do you get to know a stranger? Do you look at it? Do you look at the person for 1 minute and say, I get the gist? Move along. Or despite you thinking you know the gist, and even if you're right or wrong, what's interesting about this is you get to ask them about their process. The process of getting to know someone is not the same as thinking you know what the person is. Like, the person could be everything you expected, absolutely, but it's the process of validating all of that and then sharing it with that other person. You might not even know if what you see, like, for example, you see a gamer, right? And then the gamer that's in the top 1%. All right, that's great. How do you think they got there? Do you care? I certainly do. Like, on the surface, it's like, oh yeah, all right, top 1% gamer. Nice. Now I want to know and undergo the process of asking them, how did they do it? What did you do? Because if you go to a second gamer, right, this is gamer A. If you go to a second gamer and you're like, oh, I've seen this before. They look like a top 1% gamer. And you stop there, then you're that person who spent 1 minute looking at a piece of artwork. Otherwise, I would say, yo, you know what? I know this one gamer who did this. And I talked to them for like 3 hours. Okay, but now I met a second one. Hey, can I share with you what this other person that I know? And can you help me compare and contrast between how you became a top 1% gamer and how the person that I met on a different day became a top 1% gamer? And now you have this as the foundation to remember the details between two people that belong to the same group. So now you have your trite 1 minute summary, and now you have your nuance that deals with understanding their process. And this, the relationship between A and B, and then C, and then D, that is comprehension. That's how you develop comprehension. This is cursory, is superficial. It's vibing. You understand that there are a lot of gamers who, you know, like you bumped into a bunch of gamers that are top 1%, but you can't explain why or how they're different or what they're similar in. You simply say they're similar because they're gamers that belong in the top 1%. That's the same thing as someone explaining an artwork by saying, oh yeah, how do you draw something? Well, you look at a reference and you copy it. You're done. Wow, that sounds like a Viber to me. A Viber who might even use AI generation to consider it as a part of the process. Right? I'm not saying it's a bad or a good thing. I'm talking about they could tell you how to generate the AI. They would know the process of writing a prompt. That's something I'm terrible at. But they wouldn't be able to tell you how they made the image. Right? How the image was made with their hands, because they didn't do it. That's very similar to appreciating a piece of artwork. If a painter stands in front of a painted portrait, they are more likely to find more things to think about than, say, a digital artist standing in front of a painting. It's not to say that they're better or worse people, or they are bad and good people, depending on how much they're able to appreciate it, is how close you can get to it. Like, I like to talk about digital art because it was my way of getting closer to someone who I don't talk to anymore, who barely even, you know, like they have their own lives and doing something else. So the way I can get closer and appreciate another person is legitimately trying to put myself in their footsteps. So I study them, I observe them. I know that sounds a little bit, it can come off as a little creepy, but the thing is, if they spend time, I spend time paying attention. So what they say, words they use, that is part of my observational skills. The more you can extract from someone when they say less, do less, the quicker it'll become. You become more efficient. So when someone says less, you can test how well you can get it. You're not trying to predict the future. It's not about like how accurate you are, is how you can get in quickly and then build on that. So that's why I did artwork. I didn't do artwork, for the record. I didn't do all of that artwork stuff because I wanted to be a painter or I wanted to be a digital artist. That was not even close to the motivation. The motivation was that there was someone else that did artwork, and the only window into relating to their activity was to partake in the artwork. And caring about the artwork is how I acquired that knowledge and like the comprehension. I didn't say I wanted to become an artist or I wanted to draw something for myself and then suddenly do it. The desire to do things can come from many places. It doesn't necessarily deliberately have to come within. Now, since my desire to do artwork doesn't come from within, I don't have a tendency to do artwork when not prompt. So I talk about art when someone asks me about art. Otherwise, no one will know that I actually do artwork until they actually ask, right? Unless I really, really like it and I'll bring it up on my own. But I don't typically bring up what I understand about art. In fact, every time I go to draw each year in October, someone would try to explain to me how to draw better art. Or like, because they would see a beginner artist or someone who doesn't know what they're doing, or they think they don't know what they're doing. But really, I rarely draw to practice what I already know. I typically draw to learn something. So in the month of October, I am typically doing something that I don't know how to do yet, because my time is for the pursuit of learning how to draw, not to hone and practice what I already know, because that's what's precious about my time with art. So whenever someone comes by and they're like, oh yeah, you know, you could do this and you can do that, and I'm like, hi, hello. May I ask, what makes you think that I don't know what I'm doing? Because I would really like to know your process in how you determine the skill level of an artist, because that would be very interesting to me. And then I get to know that person, rather than some people can get a little offended where like, well, yeah, of course I know this. I've been doing this for like 5 years or something like that. Instead, it would be interesting to know what part of my stream, what part of my artwork makes you think that I have no experience with art. And then if they were able to tell me a lot of the stuff that I don't actually know, it would be great, right? And if it turns out that they know less than me, it's also great to know that too, because then you can share things with them. And you learn more from that, at least in my opinion. If you constantly think like you know the gist of things and then brush everyone else aside, then yeah, you have nothing to learn. And you can be perfectly happy about that. You can be an expert and just ignore everyone else. That's perfectly fine. I mean, That's not how I go about it. I think that things that are created by the human experience will transform. I won't live long enough. Like, for me, no matter how long I live, I can't transcend multiple humans. So when someone says, oh yeah, I've learned everything there is to learn about something in a lifetime, I'm not one of those people. Like, it is incredibly, to me, it is incredibly arrogant and almost inevitably humbling to understand that as a human being, you can't transcend multiple lineages. So why stop there at mortality? Think about all the creative arts, making music, artwork, language, science. You're not going to be able to transcend to a point where you can sit there and say, yeah, now I'm omniscient now I can die happy. You can die happy in a different way, but rarely do the most brilliant people in the world ever say, yeah, I'm tired of learning. I've learned everything there is to learn. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm sure there are a few out there, but I don't think they truly understand the magnitude and the limitation of being a mortal, in my opinion. I will strongly contest when someone says, yeah, I basically have learned everything. Ask me anything. I can answer anything about my particular field. And I'm like, how do you start wanting to learn what you want to learn? And the person will say like, well, that's easy. Just do it. You failed. Because humans are limited by their space and time. So if you're asking someone who's like super, super good at something, right? Ask them, hey, I'm having trouble finding the motivation to start this. Can you explain how you started this? And if that person, in my opinion, is a true expert, they would say, it's kind of hard to think about it. It's been quite a long time, but I can make a great attempt to it. Versus someone who clearly is way out of their depth and say, oh yeah, I remember exactly how, I mean, unless you're the 0.01% who has an eidetic memory, fair enough, and an emotional memory, by the way. Two components. Memories have emotional memory and detail-oriented memory. And there's less than like 0.01% of the world's population that actually has that capacity. So if you're one of those, good for you, I guess. You're a very, very special person. But outside of that, 99.9% of people will say something like, if they are truly expert, they would say, yeah, it's been a very long time. But I can try. I can try to think back the first time I did something. Maybe there's a recording of me doing it, and that could help. I could analyze and describe and play back my memories. And that's kind of why the YouTube is so awesome for that, or at least I think what YouTube and Twitch is so awesome. Well, not really Twitch, because Twitch doesn't do long-term storage, but YouTube. Like, I could literally, when someone asks me, oh, what was it like? Do you remember what you did and what your thoughts were going? It's like, well, I really don't. I mean, I have some general idea. Maybe we can go back to one of the first videos and I can maybe describe and see if I can analyze my old self. Like, what did I do back then? And then I also, you know, every once in a while record all of that and try to vocalize that when it was still there. There's a very big difference between asking someone after day 2000 to reflect on something 2000 days ago versus someone who did a reflection of themselves 100 days in the first 100 days. And paintings are like that. I use the art gallery example quite a lot whenever talking about art, because the closer you become to, the closer you get in touch with the process of the artwork, the more likely you're going to be that person who stands there and says, huh, I wonder how they did that. because not only do you wonder from a abstract conceptual sense, you might actually have ideas. You're like, I bet I can try to do this using the 100,000 hours that I spent with all these techniques. Maybe I could achieve that. And then, better yet, if this person's still alive, I wonder if I can compare and contrast my techniques with this person's technique. And you just sit there and you're just wondering, boy, it would be really wonderful if I went to an art gallery which is displaying artwork by the painter who is hosting the art gallery, and you had the opportunity to ask the painter interesting questions, you know, as opposed to someone who goes to an art gallery, LARPs as a appreciative art person, and could barely ask a question to the artist of the art gallery that you went to, right? Those are the two different things. You can definitely tell by someone's interest and appreciation by the nature of the type of questions they ask you, right? Or not because it's better or worse, because if you go to an art gallery and you're simply not interested in that, but you're trying to broaden your horizon, that's also very admirable. However, you should be realistic with yourself, because when you go and finally meet the artist and you're asking them, how long did it take you to do this artwork? That's trite. That's superficial, right? So if you put yourself in the shoes of the artist, like, that's all you got from this? Like, my life's, like, one of my life's work is right in front of you, and your thought is how long it took me, right? That's their thought. They might not be offended or anything. The idea is you're giving off the idea, what did you think about when you were looking at their artwork? I would find, like, for me, I would look at the details and I would pick out an idiosyncrasy, because lots of times when people think that they understand the gist of things, that's all they need. Like, oh, this kid looks like a college graduate student. Maybe they like anime. Yeah, they're kind of learning Japanese. I kind of know what it's like to learn Japanese. I'm good. And you walk away. So, and then if that person chooses to approach me with a question, their question will reflect how much they can appreciate what I'm doing. So, I'm genuinely curious one day if I ever meet someone and they ask me, may I ask, does the purpose of you recording yourself doing these monologues have anything to do with a serendipitous solution to containing and recording your thoughts in the moment for posterity building? And my thought, and then I would have met another person that understood me, right? But that's not the goal. The idea is that the question reflects the depth of the sympathetic, you know, the empathy, the compassion, and you have to build that. And usually I do start with like your usual surface level questions, because it takes these surface level questions to form the foundations of your conversation. So get the form first. Back to artwork, right? Get the form first. You guys are both talking about video games. That's the form. All right, let's get some more detail in the video games. What do video games kind of look like? Well, there's at least mechanism, storytelling, and maybe like character design or something. Or a business model, perhaps. Let's go figure out which one is more interesting between the two of us, right? All right. What is this? How do you curse someone? I guess you just curse them.
呪う
西暦
Alright, today though, actually we're doing pretty alright with time now that I think about it. Wait, what time is it? Oh, actually it's almost midnight. so we can't really go too hard today. Yeah, no, gotta go quicker. Gotta go fast. Oh. How do you write this? Is it like loony? English problems. What about the car and the axe? Alright. Cloudy, Komori, Komoru is fine to cloud up. Aside from describing the weather, it's to like obscure, like your glass fogs up. Okay. And then Komori is cloud, or cloudy weather, sorry. Oh, rather, ne? This is probably te. It's either ne or te. I think it's ne. Yeah, ne. Ne is kind of a weird character. Rather interesting. On the roof is your heart. Or is a net in the street? Which would you... Okay. That's not great. Okay, we got roof, hearts, nets, streets. Rather, nah. You now feel like the flowers look worse than an hour ago? Okay. So I guess you could you can work with it. Are you erasing or are you working with it? Are you using a reference? What are you doing with the flowers? So little information. Under the roof. The heart neighbor down the street. Rather stay home on the net. Okay, it's fine. I think that's fine. To stare at. Maybe no. To stare at. I don't think I know the kunyomi. Meru. Stare at. It's certainly not shimeru. Mimeru sounds weird. Maybe like sakameru? Or something like that? Nagameru, dang it. Okay. Oh, for long? Oh, that's kind of cute. You don't know what would be better? No reference for lighting, not erasing, doing some adjustments to color through like all of them. Probably all of them. I would love to draw something, but I would have to bring up the forum. But yeah, flowers are interesting. So when it comes to flowers, right, there's often a like repeated form. So one of the repeated forms are something like this, right? Oops. And then the other solid form would be like this, right? Like a stem. I know you're drawing probably like cherry blossoms or something, but then flowers also have repetition, right? So you could do something like right? that's one of the forms of a flower. Flowers have some sort of repeated like structure. So I chose a bloom like the cone shape, but flowers can spiral. They can also like they can spin, and then they can like twist. So this is kind of like a version of that, a combination of that. And then like you're about lighting, then lighting this type of surface produces a lot of lighting opportunities. You can do a incredible sharp edge straight down the right, and then you would have to do it straight down the middle section, right? All these are your sharp edges of your lighting on one side. Right. And then now you have all your dark sides, which is the opposite of the petal. So even your occlusion. So there's your occlusion here. Some black here. Right. It doesn't help that the background is black. Right. And then you have your bulb on this side. This side would have like your dark shade stuff. So all of your visible bulbs will have a dark side to it to create depth. Right. And then you can blend whatever is in between. But everything on the right will be on the flakes and stuff will all have a dark side and a light side, and then your hues would fill in the middle, and then typically this is where you would like color the back. You would fill in a color base, but I'm only filling in the volumes, the volume part. The gray background is what I'm using for the mid volume, so all the grays are mid volume. And then if you color this whole thing in red, it should there'll be darker reds where they're supposed to be dark, there'll be lighter reds where there is light, and in the middle would be a flat color, and it would become a 3D flower, right? And then leaves are very similar in that way, where like regardless of what the shape you have, it will always be like you add more, right? Like you can add as many things as you want, but there's always going to be like a dark white edge, right, from this side. So these are the white edges because my light is coming from this direction. And then you do your dark edges, right? So your dark edges would be somewhere here, 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 somewhere here, here, and down this side. It's probably the dark edge. And then your light edge is going to be over here. And now you have everything from the left side is white and the right side is dark. Now it's really poppy right now, so you can always like blend it a little bit. So if you fill in a color right now, this would take on the shape of whatever the color is. So you can imagine the whole thing on the bottom is green, the whole top maybe a purple or a red, and it will look it'll probably look pretty good, right? And then if you want to put a little bit more depth, you can make this section a little bit washed out, a little bit white, like a little bit grayer here, and then a little bit more grayer, so that it's kind of like gives you, it's inside the bulb, right? So that would be like a flower thing. I had no idea what I was doing. I mean, I just put in a bunch. The essence of a flower is that the flower has repeated patterns, and then those repeated patterns center around like a bulb or a stamen, and that's kind of what I would abstractly do. Yeah, and then it's just black and white to illustrate the point about volume. All right. Is this the wait? You don't is this the verb that come up in your Anki you didn't know? No. I don't I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was this one. Okay, nagameru. We'll probably have to do something with it. So let's do cho. What is that? Omen. Cho. Meru. Do we use Nagai if we want? Nagai is pretty reliable. Stare at. And another thing, that one flower, I would take that one flower. I don't know if your teacher likes this or not. I would take that one flower and I would flip it, warp it, add different layers, and then separate them into planes, and then just duplicate it. So I would like dupe, flip, modify, adjust it based on lighting and distance, and then use that as a print across my background. So then I would have multiple variances of the same flower that I made, because digital art, right? But what you do is then you would vary it. So that flower that I drew it would be my brush. It would be my print brush. And then I would modify that flower based on distance, lighting, and position. And I just print it in various quote-unquote artistic places around my canvas to make it look like it's an entire grove of flowers, to save me some time. Because as much as I want to draw every individual flower, it's very difficult if I have to do it within a time constraint. So I would do something really well and then use lighting, position, and fundamentals to get more out of it. So oftentimes if I have to draw a whole grove of flowers, I would simply draw a patch of flowers and then modify the patch of flowers using my composition skills to do that. You don't know, you did the 7 versions of a photo fabric artwork and she liked it? Printing, color change, etching. Oh, okay. Like for myself, I would print it, right? Like if you drew one tree, that's pretty good, right? But then you would need a forest. How would you do a forest? You would take this tree, create like several trees, right? You want to create like a standard forest, and then you would take this whole thing, you would duplicate it, and then use your principles, your fundamentals of lighting with regards to distance. So then I would take this, duplicate it, and then I would add white to it. And then I would shrink it into a smaller thing and paste it in the back to create a second distance of further trees to the back, and then further trees to the back, and further trees to the back. And if someone says, well, that's just the same as copy and pasting, it's like, no. Someone who would copy and paste, it would look like one flat forest. But what I can tell you is I can explain to you why I added light to it, like grayed it out a bit, and then I shrunk the size of it, because despite the forest having a lot of similar looking trees, there are fundamentals that involve lighting, distance, and size that you have to execute on. Not a 2D image. So if a teacher would say like, oh, well, you shortcutted it, it's like, well, it's sort of a shortcut, but let me explain to you what I took into consideration if they didn't notice it. But if it was a teacher, I'm sure they noticed it. They're like, oh, so this guy pretty much, they spent all of their time, they spent like 50, you know, like 6 hours on some super nice trees, like super nice forests, but it's only one layer. Then they took that super nice forest and they repurposed it with fundamentals. And that creates a thing that I love about gaming when developers, because developers who think about their high fidelity, what they do often is they take something that's super nice, they invest something super nice, and they figure out all the fundamental ways they can reuse, quote unquote, an asset. And that is different from the trite arguments that other people say, like, oh, they basically just copied and reused that asset. It's like, are you sure? Because I see this asset and it's in an entirely different context with different lighting. Your gist is that you've seen that object before and you think that is just a lazy reuse of assets. But have you ever considered how clever it is to generate an asset knowing that you're going to use it again? Now, I'm not saying all examples of developers do this, because there are developers that haphazardly, you can cherry pick bad actors by haphazardly throwing objects willy-nilly. AI generated stuff tend to do that, but humans have direction when they are placing and repurposing their assets. So it creates the gap between a indie developer who generates like super beautiful things and then manipulating them so that all the time and effort they went into making an incredible asset be used again. That's how you create larger tapestries. Like, yes, one tree kind of looks like another tree, and then if they have time, they can go back and add more detail to make each tree stand out, right? However, there is a cleverness to understanding fundamentals to get like more command of your time. I think that's one of the parts that those who seek hyperrealism can appreciate, but also not what they focus on. Like, realism focuses on the idea, hyperrealism focuses on each individual detail, and that is another skill entirely. It's painstaking, it's beautiful and impressive. It's also not for me, so I'm not as impressed. I understand that other people would say, well, you should be impressed. It's incredibly hard to produce photorealism. I'm like, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm willing to admit that I don't have an appreciation for that compared to the ingenuity that it takes for someone to put everything in their all and still reach the scalability factor of something else. I like holistics, right? How do you make a forest? You make one tree and you multiply it by a lot and give one enough characteristics so that they aren't the same. Not you go and paint the entire forest. It's incredibly impressive watching someone like time-lapse through and painstakingly paint every single tree. It's incredibly admirable. I totally understand how people are floored and admired by that. I'm not a person who finds that very intellectually stimulating. I find it incredibly physically impressive, but not intellectually stimulating. Right? Much like someone who likes to play Minecraft 24/7 and get really good, like Crocodile and I talked about speedrunning. I'm incredibly impressed by speedrunners. I myself do not find it intellectually stimulating. I think it's incredibly entertaining, impressive, and awesome. But I myself do not want to be a speedrunner. Right? It's very similar to how someone would tell you this is the best way, this is the most optimized and way to speedrun learning Japanese. I'm like, that doesn't sound intellectually stimulating to me. But man, try to convince me it's try to convince me is stimulating, and I'll do it. If you're telling me the results, it's not interesting. Right? Oh man, I learned Japanese in 2 years using this app. It's like, that's amazing. Congratulations. And then they go on and say, well, you should too. It's like, okay, explain to me. Tell me your process. Tell me what the app does. It's like, no. I don't know how. You just got to use it. And I'm like, I'm not interested. It's not interesting. You just told me what the result is. How could I ever know what you say is accurate or not if you can't even barely explain how it works to me, right? Who would, like, with all due respect, who would you trust? Someone that tells you what the results are and then say, trust me, bro? Or someone who jumps at the opportunity to talk about their experiences in hopes of encouraging you to do so? I'm biased. The person I'm talking about in this scenario is me. I jump at the opportunity to like spend wonderful as much time as I can to kind of share and talk about things, because otherwise I hate, what do the Gen Z people say? What's the point? What's the point? Can you ask you for direct suggestions on this art? I've been adding flowers too. You're really lost? Sure. You mean like, do I have to look at something, or are we okay doing it this way? Naga video. Okay. You did back in the day with Halo 3. And you found doing it wasn't too fun. Gave it a good shot though. Nice. So you tried. I have a friend. He's not around, but we've known each other for over 5 years. He does Halo runs. He does Halo speed runs as like a therapeutic thing that he enjoys. His name is Sunwraith, and I've known him for like over 5 years now. He's one of the oldest Twitch consequence person, and he plays OS, a rhythm game, but he likes doing like refinements to stuff like that, and he Halo speedruns on his pastime. I don't engage with his Halo speedrun stuff, but he really finds it enjoyable. So he's more of the like elbow grease kind of guy. So we have some really interesting conversations. I've learned quite a lot about how to appreciate people who like speedrunning and like what gets them into speedrunning. So a bit of a coincidence. Yeah. Interesting. So you gave it a good shot, huh? I have not done any speedrunning. The closest thing that I've done in speedrunning are achievement hunting. So I would qualify myself as an achievement hunter, and some achievements have like time restrictions. That is the closest thing I get to. I'm like the achievement hunter. So you do 1% over what you need to get the achievement. So the closest thing to speedrunning is timed runs, like complete a certain thing within a time to get an achievement. And the last one that I did that deals with like the act of speedrunning was an indie game called About My Uncle or something. Oh no. Maybe that's not what it's called. It's something uncle. Story, maybe? Oh, Story About My Uncle. Story About My Uncle. A Story About My Uncle is the... It's a first-person platformer. it was required that I meet certain things. And hear me out, I got wrecked so hard. Like it's in the YouTube section somewhere. Like each day I'm like, okay, today's the day. We'll at least get one of these things done. Like I started losing my blood started boiling. I'm like, no, not for me. But I did do it just to test my metal, and nah, I can't find myself doing that too often. And then the closest thing to speedrunning now that I do, like naturally speedrunning, is any live service game. You might not think of it as speedrunning, but the joys that I gather from live service games is how to optimize your life. So if I had to, say, play a game for over 10 years, eventually, little by little, day after day, I would get to a point where, like, for example, a game that I play is Neverwinter Online. Most of the time I log in to do my daily dungeons, I don't look at my screen. Like, I'd be watching something, and it's one of those things that you've done it so often that you would do it blindfold. That type of thing. So the closest, like, quote-unquote natural speedrunning that I do is if I play the live service game so long that I've squeezed out micro improvements over like tens of thousands of hours. So the speedruns that I would do is probably when you and I met, Crocodile. Like last week, or it's almost been a week, it's like 5 days. That conversation that we have, that's my speedrunning. How quickly can I get to figuring out an individualistic detail from a person? Speedrunning conversations. Because when you speedrun something, it's something that you've done so long that it feels like you're doing 30 to 60 things to someone else, but it feels like you're just doing one thing. And talking is a skill that I spend most of my time practicing. So you can kind of say that if you had a speedrunning skill, it would be the skill that you use nearly every single day, and here's a big asterisk, and you never get tired of trying to improve it. That's the goal, right? That's the goal. My goal is, how quickly can I get a person to sit for 3 to 4 hours and watch me yap? Pass a threshold, right? That's the idea. So, and this is the biggest asterisk. This is the biggest asterisk. A speedrunner never gets tired of wanting to improve. It's not the same as doing the same thing and saying, I hate doing this. That's not the speedrunner essence. To get closer to a speedrunner, like the essence of a speedrunner, why they do it, is that every single day they get to do it. And every single day is a chance to get a little bit better. And you multiply that by years and years, if not forever, right? For me, it's conversation. So if I had to say a natural speedrunning technique, conversation. I never get tired. I never get tired of saying, oh man, I'm getting up. Man, now I have to talk to people today. And what I mean is tired of like not getting rewarded for doing it. I do get tired physically from speaking to people. Obviously, like speaking requires energy, so do speedrunners. Speedrunners have to sleep, right? They have to sleep. And so in a joke, Fetishes often pops in on the Twitch side of things where he would say speedrunning life. That would be the joke. I'm like, the skills that you are compulsorily so interested in improving day in and day out. That is what, to capture the essence of why speedrunners love the things they do, because they live and breathe to do that. Each and every day they look forward to squeezing out a couple seconds. You used to be interested in Celeste and Splatoon 2 speedrun. Celeste, whew, Celeste, that is something. Hello there, Churn. Hello, hello. You've been watching the same OT. What is OOT? I don't remember. What does that stand for? Out. I don't know that abbreviation. For a good 10 years now, well, on and off on your end, but they always there, still loving writing that game. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, that is some secret sauce for happiness right there. Oh, Ocarina Time. I see. Today, finally the day. Oh, finally the day for what? Wait, what's happening, Churn? What happened? Did I forget something? April 15th. April 15th. All I can think about is Pragmata. Oh, you're going to Japan. That's right. Oh, dang, Churn. Thanks for reminding me. Start a like journal blog, all right? Share, right? Drama was pretty. I'm gonna call Drama out. Drama was pretty bad at it. I don't you know, share some pictures. Obviously, be discreet, right? Be discreet. But looking forward, do some posting. You know, like some questing or something. Definitely share. Drama was like, here's a couple of pictures. Like, I still have to like elbow him a little for some. You only have 3 GB data daily. Should be enough. You don't know. Fair enough. Obviously, take care. Yeah, you definitely enjoy your trip. Forgot to mention, yeah, you sent a DM. Oh, okay. Let me look at the DM. Yeah, definitely go check off some quest lists, right? Like, you make a quest, show up. That would be kind of nice. Oh, those flowers. What's wrong with those? They seem alright. I don't understand. What's wrong with the flowers? I see you were trying to get the 5-petal cherry blossom stuff, or plum blossom look. Yeah, that seems okay. What is it that it's like disappointing about that? Man, does your teacher ever tell you about how big your eyes are? Like the character's eyes. Wait, did they ever make a comment about how big your eyes are? They look bad and the lighting feels really non-existent. I don't know where your lighting's coming from. Is it coming from the top right? I mean, everything just looks really white. So, like, most of your stuff just it's really bright. I'm not entirely sure if you can really appreciate lighting if nearly all of your stuff is really white. Well, that's kind of what I mean by the whole black kind of feely. I mean, it looks fine. I think the range is fine. Were you trying to go for like a more moodier look? Or are you trying to be more vibrant? I'm not entirely... What is your intent? The lighting to me does kind of feel non-existent, but not necessarily because it's non-existent. It just seems like your entire piece is very bright. Like it's in a bright place. I don't know if you're going for some moody look or some sort of contrast or whatnot. It does also have, you have to consider the idea that your character is looking down, and it kind of looks like the light is coming from behind her head. So like, right, your character is looking down, and then all the light is behind her head. And then your environment is like non-existent. It's like 20% of the image. But if the light is coming from here, then all of the stuff here should be light. And then this stuff should get darker down here. And then her face should be dark here. Like all of it should be dark. And in the back of her head should be very light. Then it would look like there's lighting, because your lighting has separation. But right now everything just appears like they all have the same value. You want more hair skin lighting? Well, make half her face dark. Like her face isn't even dark. Like yeah, there's nothing about her face is dark. So here's what it looks like right now. You have your face, right? You have your face, and it looks like she's looking at something that's bright. That's what it looks like right now. Is that what you intend to do? Because her face is brighter than what I think is the brightest part of the thing. So that's a problem. Okay. So you want her face to be lit. Alright. And what kind of light source is that? And is there a light source coming from this side? If there isn't, then all of this is going to be black. If there's another light source up here, then yeah, it's gonna be mostly light. There might be like a strip. Like there might be like a strip down her, you know, here, her hair, like her face, and there might be like a strip down here that has like dark values. A sun? Okay, lighting, yeah, I get that. Top right. Top right. No light. Top right. Top left? You gotta stop typing that way. Hang on. So, none here. That's top left. And then your light source here. So that means all of this can be literally black. But maybe like 80% black. Yeah, like, you need to get going. Good luck. Yeah, take care, Crocodile. Good luck, good luck. So what is stopping you from making all of this like 80% black? If there's no light source up here. Like, what else is lighting it? There's nothing lighting it. What I'm thinking of is, you know, like those, bear with me. So, like, it's like a person sitting down and they have like an orb. Right? They're holding on to an orb and it's hitting their face. Right? So it's going to be white here. It's going to be white all around the orb source. And then as it's going out, everything else is black. So like all of this is going to be darkened because it's radiating. Like everything around it will be dark. So whatever it hits, it's going to be dark along the outside. And then everything else it touches in this orb of light is going to be completely white. So like the edges of the nose, the edges of the chin, the edges of the arm, the edges of the legs. And then everything else is just completely black. Like near black, because there's no light source. Unless you're telling me there is a light source. Actually, maybe there isn't a shadow at the bottom like that. Yeah, there's no shadow on the bottom. Yeah, you wouldn't see a shadow on the bottom. Yeah, like those parts would be really dark. You would need more darkness in those. You would not. You would. There's not a guarantee that the right side of the head would also be white, though. It's her face. So, like, for example, so if her face is this, right, and then you have hair, whatever the hair thing is. This is the whitest part, and then this is less white. Right? And then nothing else. So like if it's an orb, it's gonna hit one point and then it's gonna radiate out. So her other hair parts, any part of the outside hair is still gonna be black. It's like the perspective. So this part here that you were saying that has white, it's not gonna be white. It's gonna be black because the orb is hitting her face, right? She's looking at the orb. So everything against the face is going to radiate out. So anything as it goes outside the head, everything outside the middle of her face is going to be darker. So she's going to have like a silhouette around just her face. An example would be like the... What is it? That's kind of interesting. It is a really moody one. It's my favorite type. It's kind of my favorite type of thing to do, actually, having just an orb of light. Something like this. Like you can have two light sources. You can have a sun. You can have a sun, like, to the back of her head. That's fine. It would create a spillover. So you can create a spillover from the sun to contrast, like, the black parts. But the orb that she's holding is going to always fade out. So everything in the extremities is going to be dark. And the picture that I did, like this one, right, I'll show it on stream so that it isn't like I'm just talking out. Like for example, So here, right, the outside, the reason why this is like a long time ago, right? A really long time ago. Whoops. Not what I want. What? Why does it do that? Okay. I guess I can't write on this. That's weird. Anyways, so you know, you have this source of light. It will hit the person's face, but as it goes out, the yellow disappears, right? Because this is my light source. And then the moon's light source, I colored as white. So it still hits and creates an edge behind the person, behind the thing. And the reason why I chose the person to be completely black is because it allows contrast with the lighting. This is what I mean by when I was talking about it's not just white and or black, it's the relationship between white and black. In order to make things look like there's lighting, you need black values to contrast with white values to make it look like there's lighting. Like, I didn't draw the rest of the character's thing, right? I basically just drew a light source, have it hit the face, so he's looking down, but I had a bounce light with the moon also creating the silhouette spilling over the thing. So if you had a character that's looking from the top left, right, if you're looking down at an angle, you can still have sunlight hit the edge of her head and creating a sharp spotlight or an outline. But the other parts that don't have light, the contrast creates stronger lighting. So I basically made the character black to make it even very contrasty, like very moody. And the other stuff is to blend the thing. And light has to radiate. So hence the edges and stuff. Otherwise, if I remove the moon, right? If I remove the moon, everything on the outer edge will disappear. It will be practically black. Like there would be no image of it. And then I use line art to accent the edges because back then I was not that great. Or I didn't know what to do, so we just used some line art. Anyways, that's what I mean. So if your face, right? If your face, right? And then the hair, you can have like a super sharp white outline to say like a sun, but all of this part is going to be really dark. And then as her face, as you get closer to her bangs right here, all of this stuff is pretty dark too. Her cheeks, like where her nose is and radiating out, is probably going to be brighter, but everything else away from the light source is not going to reach. Not entirely sure, but light falls off really rapidly. Not that it's all that important, but light falls off. It falls off with distance pretty rapidly. So if you wanted to give like a more punchier glow, you gotta make other things black. I'm not entirely sure if that's what you're going for. Ooh, oh yeah. Whoa, you made the face even brighter though. Yeah, but that's getting close. Yeah, it's getting good. So hear me out. Now, your background now can be generally bright. Like, or generally very dark. Your background can look like it's coming from a different source. It can be really far away. That can draw contrast to your character. Or you can make your background pretty much completely black with only the edges of the petals. So like What I mean is, if the orb is the only light source, right? That means when you draw, like, say, right, when you're drawing a blossom, your line, the only things that are gonna appear is like the really soft edges in one direction, and everything else is just gonna be non-existent. Like, that's all you're gonna see. So only these parts are gonna show up every once in a while. So you're only gonna see like a petal of an edge, like another petal edge here, 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 and these parts are highlighted. The other stuff is just gonna be black. You don't even have anything there. And it's gonna be closer to the light source. So the part that she's staring at the bottom will have like just visible edges, and then the rest is largely gonna be black. Or you can soften it even more, and that would create like a super moody lighting. Should you redo the petal highlights? Oh, I don't know how you... That's a good point. I don't know how you did the petal stuff. I have a lot to say about this, but it would be... Oh, you did it on one layer? I see. That's interesting. Yeah, right now... Oh... I'm looking at like your original. You're probably airbrushing. You're probably gonna have to go back and do more like dynamic stuff. Oh, line art is another layer? Okay. Yeah, you still gotta close it off a little bit. We'll have to talk... We'll talk about it another... Like, I can't... Like, it's too difficult, but... I can see why you make light radiate so much more. Yeah, you make the light that you have... The light that you have, it radiates so much. Like... I feel like, like, for me, anytime you're, like, adding shadows, you're like, do I have a short span? I don't know. Not now, because I'm already going to be, like, I'm not going to finish until 6 a.m. today, at the pace we're going. So I have no idea. I was supposed to finish this 2 hours ago. Alright. Let's try to finish this. Alright, so Eyes of Cho. There is an omen of a Meru. Yeah, I can do something with it. Yeah, I mean, I could take your thing and give you an example in a different time. Probably not now. Prospect. Stare and hope. Why stare? Why you stare? Oh, a view. I see. What is that?
Chobo?
眺望
Okay. Okay. What? Oh. What was this? Something about like rather. Okay. Stop asking for definitions first. Man, what is your malfunction? I have no idea. Okay. Oh, whoops.
「眺める」
曇り
「曇る」
I don't know what this is going off of. Prospect? Sure.
「眺望
Alright. Oh, the earlier rough one is pretty great. Huh. Interesting. Alright, completely naked. Naked, naked, naked.
全裸
Zenda. Okay, Zenda. Okay. Half naked.
半裸
Anda. Okay. That's self-explanatory. Is this just E? Or is it combined to Isu instead? Just E? Okay. Fine. Okay, Isu. Okay, Isu. Alright. That's fine. Da is very good. So,
裸
heck. Adaka. Alright. What do we have? We have suits or that's outfits. Fruits. Oh boy. Uh um uh 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 Alright. Outfit. Not the rat. Outfits. Hat. Fruits printed on it with a huh and sure. Adaka. Okay. Okay. We gotta focus. Adaka. The gamble. That's no ka. Unless it well, it could be ka actually.
かける
Takeru. So ka was also kunyomi. So that's 3 kuns that I was not accounting for. Hmm.
Hanra. Zenra. Hadaka.
かける
Alright. Oh, wait. We are in it today. Gonna have to go fast. Betting. Just cock it.
Kake.
It's okay. That's Juku.
塾
Juku. Actually, oh, a Juku is definitely Onyomi, right? Okay. Oh, there's no other read. And it's Atama. Years old. Sai? Sai and Se? I think this is fine. This is fine. We're gonna go. Private school. Oh, really? You may have seen the abbreviation. Right. What is that? Kakaki. Kakaku? It's typically used for any school. Okay. Instead, generally describes private school. Founded. Okay. But
義塾
Gijuku. Alright. Okay. I see. What?
Jukuse.
Jukuse. Oh, no shortening. Okay.
Kake.
塾
Gijuku. Jukusei.
Oh no, there's Jukuse. Okay. Not shortened, but still similar. Calculator. Say what? Is this like an abacus? What is that about? Electricity table is a calculator. Why is this? You can think of it as a couple ways. Maybe in the past a calculator, aka abacus, yeah. Like the heck? Dentaku. Alright, that's fine. Mountains. Where? Mountain peaks plus mountains. Ooh. I wonder if this uses double kun. Probably not, right? So, Sangaku.
Sangaku.
Sangaku. Alright. Next one. Monkey. Oh. Saru. I think Saru is fine. Monkey is monkey. Is there any other reads for Saru? I'm just gonna assume no. For now. Oh, table. Shokutaku. Taku. Okay, and then taku. Taku is kind of important. Maybe it's still taku?
Taku.
Taku. Okay. And I don't think taku is kunyomi. It's just... We gotta go. You gotta go when you gotta go. Oh wait, did I skip one? I don't remember you. What is this? Oh wait, I do remember this. Oh, what was it? I lost it. It's gone. Heck. I thought it was okay, and then now it's gone. Heck. It was a monkey, right? Okay. I just realized monkey is different. What up? Oh, it is. Hole and man, I thought it was. I was looking for hole, but it's not hole. Okay.
電卓食卓卓
What? Oh,
山岳
okay. Okay. Table tennis? Yeah, takyu. Alright. Actually, is there a
卓
shortening?
球
Yeah, takyu. Takyu. Migaku is fine. Wait, let's see if they say anything. Nope, okay. Pupil. I believe this is the eye's pupil. Oh, that does look like a doll. All the people. No. In your pupil? Nuts? What the? It's fine. Yeah, that's eyeball. Okay. I think we're okay with that. Polish. Not Polish here. Just Migaki. Migaki is fine.
磨き
Migaki. Alright. Bacteria? Yep. Then we're fine. Oh, but I don't know what this is in. Yeah. Maybe skin.
最近
Saikin. Oh, thin.
Saikin.
Yeah, saikin. Alright.
卓球 磨く
最近
I typed something. I goofed somehow. I goofed hard. I didn't see what I was goofing.
磨き
Viking.
ばい菌
Viking. Interesting. Alright, okay. Mukin.
無菌
Alright. We're going. Kage. Okay, that's fine. Or not Kage. Kagi. Kage is shadow. Kagi. Fair enough. Sterilization. Ooh.
殺菌
Satsukin. Sakin. That's fine. I wonder this ends up being Kage as well.
影
Kanye. Okay. Kanye. Kanye. Alright. We're good.
無菌
Or sterile itself. Wait. I'm not sure what this was supposed to be. Germs. Okay. Oh no. Screwed up.
ばい菌 影
How do I say bacteria free? Sterile? Sterilized? Sure. Whatever floats your boat, guys. Whatever floats your boat. Alright. Gloom. Yep. That is shade and energy. Melancholy.
陰気
Inky. Or inky. Inky. Alright. Evil spirit? Oh. Oh, wait. No, that's fine. Yeah. Is this gonna be special?
悪霊
Akurio. Dang it, it is special. Oh, no, it's not special. It's just the second reading. Okay, Akurio. Okay, secondary reading, fair. We have 0, probably still Rei. The other Rei, that's fine. Inspiration. Closer.
霊感
Bacon. Okay. Alright. Interesting. That might need some work. Yeah. Okay. The dead time type of ghost. Okay.
亡霊
Okay. Alright. How do I do bad spirit? Just evil spirit? Okay. Let's try not to be pedantic here. Thank you, WaniKani.
陰気霊感
Oops.
亡霊
Okay.
悪霊
Okay. Cemetery makes sense. A and okay. Cool. What is that? A crab and stone? Oh, this is how they say go. Interesting. Or chess. Maybe it's both. Just go. All right. Crab and stones playing go, huh? Oh, I should change go to go as opposed to Godzilla. Interesting. Humidifier. Add damp machine. Okay. What do we have? Kashitsuki.
加湿器
Kashitsuki. Kashitsuki. Oh, that doesn't roll off the tongue for me. Wetlands. That makes sense. Damp earth. Shitsuji.
湿地
Chi. Okay, so chi. Chi is a 50-50. Arif, yeah. Or tax, but I don't know if they're gonna use this for tax. There's already a tax word. So maybe not. Z related. Top hat comes and tells you that your grains are going to be taxed on tariffs. So. Oh, come on. The top hat and it looks at you and smiles, looking out his hand. In his hand is some soap. Not the greatest. Okay. Okay. Alright.
Reien.
加湿器
Ski. Excuse me.
Shichi.
Okay. Moisture. Yep. I got your moisture right here. Okay. Shitsuki. Shitsuki.
Shike.
Shike. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Use the other kit. Alright. That could need a problem. Shike. We'll see. Secluded. That does look like secluded. The Poop Poop Mountain is covered in poop because it's such a secluded place. Alright, the Poop Poop Mountain. What do we got? Yo. Or Sun. You. Okay, I'll take you. Take rid of the gosh. Yo is the thing, so it's either gonna be you or there's not too many Yols. Most of them line up with you. Could be damn. Oh no. Give me Nuru. Nuru?
閉める
Dang it, Shimeru. Alright. Alright, Tsunami. Devotee's Day. Spikes. Oh goodness. Shitsu. Ru. Shi. Me. Be damp. No tsunami. During the day of the tsunami, the Shitsu down there. The rule is to keep the Shitsu and Shi from meh. Likes. No. Keep the this. I use Met, but maybe it's use the spikes to keep the Shitsu from the Shi from Med is starting to look pretty bad. I don't like meh. Meh is not good. So, I don't know. Let's just go with me, and not me as in me. Okay. Bride. That's Yome. Okay. Otaka for the win. Bubble. Probably either all, or all. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Got you.
閉める
The heck? Fair enough.
Yome
Shike.
Okay. To marry. Yeah, kind of expected that. Does it retain the Yome? Yome someone has or is going to marry into another family? Okay.
Tofugu.
Of course it isn't. Come on, man. Alright. Okay, so got Yome. Yeah. Bride as well. Toss it in there. But sure. I feel like Totsu we used tote bag, right? That is kinda okay. Not really. Yo, and okay. That's pretty good, actually. That's pretty good. Totes, let's just totes of money. Okay. Habits. How does that work for habit? What is that? P? What's that P? No. E? Or like tired. What? No, that's the skin thing. So maybe P. Not P. E? What is this nonsense? Do I not have a a combination of this? I do not. That's novel. Oh, it's not yet. Oh, addiction. Habit. Oh, okay. When you get sick, you always get a hot pepper. It's a habit you pick. Alright. And what we got? Set? Set. Okay. Well. Sick. Hot pepper. Habits. Food. Set? Hello, James. Good evening. Or morning, I guess now. Okay. Yes, good morning. When he is sick, he has habits of okay. That's it. Alright, gutter. Physical back gap, like drainage, yeah. So, what are the chances? No, this is a kunyomi.
溝
Miso. Yo, measles is pretty good, actually. It's pretty good. Yeah. Oh. Butter. Oh my goodness. No. We need more. We need more. Tsunami, lifeguard, hole, gutter, hole. Okay. The miso. Okay. Alright. Cool. Wait, where are we going here? We're going here. Ocean trench. Okay.
開口
Aiko. Okay. Nesto? No. Oh, yeah. Nesto. Hi. Hold this. Nesto with a, taksan, taksan no hanashi o, hanashimashita. Ah! Thanks. Okay. You want to turn your comb. Yeah, okay, this is forge. Forge is fine. Tan. Okay, tan is fine. Got some freebies on our kanji though.
Mizo.
Yes, there's a lot of work to be done for sure. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, am I still doing gutter? Oh.
嫁ぐ
開口
We talked about art the whole time. Lots of art stuff. Oops. Okay. Where? Drainage. Yeah. Yeah. We have drainage plus a gutter. Still have drainage plus gutter. Oh, so that's how you drain the bathtub, huh? Interesting.
排水口
Equals good. This what calls good. Tempering. Oh, that is certainly another way to say refine. Or smelt. Related things. Tempering. That kind of still looks like a toll. Can we get a toll for 3,000? Heck, it's an N. Oh yeah, that can also be an N. Fair enough. Okay. Rental. Okay. Okay. Waterfall. Taki. Okay. Takigawa. Alright. Fair enough. Sovereign. Yeah. Sovereign would be another great way to say that one. Can I get a key? Or a... There's no D. A to? Or she? Te! Okay, yeah, alright. Show that you're sovereign. Simple potato tot. You stand on a towel because you're this. Okay. This one's kind of weird. Dang it. Okay. I don't really think I can come up with anything particularly more than that. Alright. How do you call it? Just drainage? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Liking kana no Hoang ka kata ka renchu. Okay. Okay. How's that going for you? How's that what you call it, the writing going? Kaki. Kaki wa, oh yeah, I guess kana no kaki ga do. What happened here? Oh.
Taki.
排水溝
Ah.
Takigawa.
Okay. Go mad. What was our mad? Our madry was kyo. Not a chance. Muri. Let's see. Can I feel this out? We'll go with Oko.
クルー
Kudu. Alright, well. There's no basis for whether what it is or not, so it's kind of funny if I ever hit it. Let's see. Alright, so we got Kyo. Alright, let's do. We got Animal, King, Kyo. Oh, you can actually add Lunatic. It's kind of redundant. That's fine. As much as I want to use Kudu, maybe not. Kudu. Animal King in Kyo. Jose Lunatic. And made sure to give Ku, offer Ku as the Ru prevents him from going mad. Okay. Hehe. Alright. Sure. Cookie's the rule. Kudu. Okay, next one. A blink. Instant. Oh. Yeah, shun. Shun is ちょっと難しいでしょ? Do you like writing? 好き? 書きが好き? え? Link. I think this is shun, right? Shun for instant, right? Yes. Okay. That's actually a weak character, a weak Hanzi. Okay, your eyes get kicked with a cleat that came careening towards your forehead when it popped off somewhere doing dance. Pop off someone doing a dance. All right, that's actually pretty funny. Oh, it's Shun. Oh, okay, we got Shun. All right. I mean, that lines up. You're lucky one. Madness.
狂気
Yoki. All right, fair enough. To fly. What are the chances this is just Toru? Oh no. We already know what this is. Kakeru.
かける
Chrysanthemum. The bottom thing is a carrier sound. That bottom radical is a carrier sound with the rice in the prison. I think. Oh no, wait, but this would go kunyomi. So I don't really know. Oh no, it didn't. Kiku. But would I have thought of Kiku? No. I wouldn't have. Feels bad, man. Yeah, I wasn't thinking of Kiku. We're on a roll for freebies, though. Hmm. どうでもいい。だが、ほり。わほり。わほりのためにしなくちゃ。Okay. Wa holi. Oh, working holiday. Work holiday. Wa holi. Working holiday. Yeah. Wa holi. That would be the contraction. Yep. Oh, you do have to do it for your working holiday? That's interesting. Alright, so Kiku, we're gonna... The chrysanthemum. Ugh. Oh boy. I imagine I'm gonna learn like 10 more plants for HanziHero today. 10 more plants to go. Okay. Alright, so we got flowers. Okay, prison, rice, chrysanthemum. Good. Goodness gracious. Alright. It's fine. Okay. Just gotta keep going here. Instant is still the same as blink. Okay. In that regards.
クルー 狂気
Okay.
「かける」
Not pairing them up. Annoying. Alright. Lump, katamari. Oh, actually, I don't know the pitch accent. Hold up.
塊
Katamari. Okay. It's fine. Pride. Ooh. Wait. That's pride? As opposed to exaggeration? Well, oh yeah, you know, I get it. Exaggeration and I see where it's coming from. Cool. Cool. What do we have? Say to big prison with pride. What? That's not great. Oh. Okay. You know, I'm kind of surprised this right hand thing didn't end up being one radical. So qua ended up being ko. Alright, let's write something else. Instead of handle? I thought there was a handle. Is there not a handle? Oh, there isn't a handle. Okay. It's HanziHero handle. Okay. Alrighty. Moderates. Okay. I see. Oh, convenient. Oh, interesting. Oh. Alright. I got you. What is this is kunyomi. Maybe we do like tegoro.
手頃
Tegoro. Okay. We go upstream. I believe we had another kunyomi read to go upstream, maybe. Did we? No, I'm not entirely sure. No soul, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't remember it. It means to literally go upstream. Yeah, fair enough.
遡る
Yeah, wait. Sakarau. Where do I get the Sakarau? Oh, the. Oh, what? Noboru. Okay, I get the Noboru thing, but Sakura? Oh. Wait. The flip? Bakaru is similar look.
遡る
Yeah, but I get it, but I don't have That's... Never mind. Not what I'm referring to. I'm talking about the Saka in Sakano. I'm talking about the Saka in Saka. Sakara. Whether it's similar or not, that's not the point. Saw car. Did I use? Huh. I have no idea what I wrote for it. Okay. Oh. Upside down. I still don't know. Did I use this? I use Saka? Oh, I use soccer. Okay. Yeah, that checks out. Soccer. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, yeah, it's Yaku. That explains where I couldn't find the Onyomi. Yaku. That is rough. I might have to think about that. Oh, this is my own. This is a really long time ago. Okay, let's refine this. Yeesh. It's not even bending the right way. Might end up using goat. Oh no, wait. No, that's a slide goat. So rough. All right. What we see? Scooter, horns, and barracks. Ish. I think this requires some refinement. Yaku is easily one of the weakest. And that barracks thing, that's pushing it really rough. Wow. Whoa. Alright. We're just gonna shelve that for a while. Alright. And then that's all. This ends up being layered on top of it, which is not that great either.
遡る
The good news is I've already lumped these two characters together already. Granted, this is gonna be Soul as opposed to Yaku.
遡る
I guess we'll see. Manner. Yeah. That's manner. That's Shoal. Okay. That one's okay.
"手頃
Oh goodness. Do you know anything about Photoshop? I do not. For new artworks for the art class, they highly suggest taking your own photos. Is there anything that can make for good composition and lighting? How could it look natural enough to... I don't know anything about Photoshop. Wait, what? Why is it necessary for you to Photoshop something? Is there anything that can make for good composition and lighting? There's quite a lot of things you can make good composition and lighting. Photo shoots? That is that's a weird way to say that, but you're talking about shooting photos? Or are you talking about the setup, like the... like a location? Like a shooting location? I don't know how you're gonna take a photo shoot with you. One would be typically something with nice ambient lighting tends to be makes for interesting composition, I suppose. I don't really know. You're talking about good compositions and lighting. I'm not entirely sure what good. I guess you're also talking about taking photos with your camera, or like with your phone or something. It would need to have a strong lighting source, I suppose. I have no idea. Like, you're saying good, but I'm not entirely sure what good means. Because you can bring a lens with you. Like, you can bring a flash device with you. I would say if you can bring a globe, shooting photos and locations, anything really. Also, they just refer to as photo shoot in the class, taking photos for the project. Good as in something you would want to draw, phone camera or physical camera options. You can bring a glowing ball with you and give it to the person. There's so many things you can do to produce lighting, but I guess the vision you would have is to have the vision of what you're going to draw, or some experimental things. I would take a bunch of glows. Like for me, I would take a bunch of glow sticks, or like a light rod of some sort, and get the person to like hold the light rod or like use the light rods in various scenarios, and then take pictures with them. And then you'll get various pictures with different types of lighting. I think in terms of like environment and composition, a dark place with some decent ambient lighting, be it you bring a glowing ball or some sort of light. Oftentimes lighting can be nice if they are diffused, so you can get a light diffuser. But yeah, good is if it's something you want to draw. I don't even know if you like drawing, so that's kind of a problem. Like oftentimes, if you want like a gamery thing, I suppose, a light rod. 2 light rods. A standard setup would be like 2 light rods and a center light. Or something that has you have a fill. Or something that creates a fill. A spotlight. I guess a spotlight, and maybe like 1 directional lighting, so you can carry around something. Fill lights, natural light is probably the most flattering, so if you can find natural light as a fill, that's great. And then maybe a source of directional light that's ambient. And then obviously the spotlight will probably come from some sort of flash if you need it. But the spotlight is not necessary because it can create like an artificial look, I suppose. So typically something that is great fill lights and that natural light would be fantastic. And then maybe like some sort of ambient light coming from somewhere else. I have no idea. Like that is such a weird, such a broad question. It's a full-blown question. Me personally, if you're asking what is a good composition, I mean, you can go and carry around a ball that has an LED in it. Carry a ball with an LED in it. maybe it's RGB. Go around at night-ish, where there's ambient lights coming from an artificial source, like maybe like a street light or like a path light, maybe even buildings. Have the person hold the ball like in different positions, like maybe they hold him out or something, and then you can get a dark silhouette. And then kind of like a radiant light from your orb, and the backdrop like would create the fill lights. So you would have like momentary fill lights in the back, maybe some buildings in the back, or a single street light creating like a effect. When I think of good composition and lighting, I think of like dynamic range. So it would be a place where, places where the subject or something is missing. Actually, you didn't even, I'm not sure if you mentioned if there's a subject in your prompt. So if there is a person in your prompt, right, your person, oftentimes it's great to, a good light composition would have different types of lights hitting your subject. So you could imagine like you have no idea either. You would be the subject. Okay, all right. So like for example, a great composition would be like you standing like here. It's dark out, right? And you could have maybe like a rod here, something like purple, right? Possibly a rod here if you want. Maybe a complementary color to do like color theory-ish thing for lighting. Maybe like a green. And take a picture spot on. That would be kind of interesting. Wait for a sunset in the horizon. Stand in front of the sunset. Right. And in front of the sunset, take a picture. Right. You can also hold out an object, maybe your orb, and have a different color. Something that complements the sun. The sun would probably be like orangish. You can hold out a I don't know, a purple orb again, and take a picture towards it. It's not good. The sun is not going to be this big. I'm actually showing the radiance of the light. That would be an interesting light composition. These are, and for the record, these are things I would draw, so I would know to draw. Grab a bunch of like a rope, or not a rope, but maybe something that glows in the dark, right? And have it drape, so you could have like something drape down some interesting things. It would be indoors, and then have yourself stand in it where these things will come and like kind of wrap around your body, right? Or you can have something reflective. Something reflective would be kind of interesting. So you stand in a dark room. I keep drawing 3 legs on someone for you can draw like, and it would be interesting to see it's in a dark room. You have like a rod source, right? It'd be green. Let's just say green and gold. And then you have some metallic thing, like a string, metallic string that you're just holding on to or wrapping around you, and have the light bounce off the string. And then maybe like cast a kind of like a whitish softbox lamp on top, just to fill in your like kind of your silhouette a bit. Others could be like you probably have some LED strips, or you can even use a television, like a television. Change the television to a different color using like a computer, right? You can attach your laptop to the television, present different colors, right, with different tones, and then stand in front of it. You can even make an entire collage of it, probably. So you stand in front, right? And you can do like a red, then a green, and then you can like composite it into like a grid portrait or something with you in front of different colors. That's kind of a neat idea. I'm basically just spitballing ideas. If I had an art project that dealt with photography and lighting, these are some of the ideas. I can still that's why I was saying I have no idea what you mean by good composition and lighting, because anything is good composition and lighting when you have an intent behind it. So like standing in front of television is a great idea. I don't know why there's 4 arms there, but right. A different thing would be like you have a laptop as your source, or your screen as your source, and then you place your face next to it, right? Have a soft box here, and then have the laptop project a specific color or like a thing, and watch how the laptop hits your face. You could wear maybe like something that's reflective, like glasses or something that can bounce the screen off your glasses. That would be kind of an interesting experiment. Yeah, the list goes on. It shouldn't be like, for me personally, when you're doing an art project, it shouldn't be that difficult to come up with ideas. Now, when you inject the word good and good being something you want to draw, well, that's a problem, because I don't think you like drawing. Like, I'm not convinced you like drawing, like most things. The things that I gave examples of are anything, because I don't have a good idea of what you even want to draw. Most of the time you don't want to draw anything. Especially with lighting, right? So I guess what I'm interpreting as good or lighting is something your teacher may want to see you do as a form of growth. That's where I suggested those ideas. Because most of those things, that the scenes that I was talking about, all those scenes, they deal with different lighting scenarios. So they will challenge, in my opinion, they would challenge you to figure out how lighting works. Like for myself, I have no fundamentals, right? For sure. I have no fundamentals, so I didn't build up some sort of fundamentals, as in like I can't break down simple scenes or something to explain. However, what I typically do is, in order to show my interest about lighting, I would try to build different lighting scenarios. So that's probably what I would say a purpose for a project dealing with lighting would be. You wouldn't necessarily pick lighting that you would draw. I suggested ideas that would show that you're learning more lighting. And that's how I go about drawing things that I want. So it's kind of more of a projection of my own interest here. If you're doing a project, you're trying to get better, quote unquote, better at lighting. So it would mean that you would think of ideas to see how lighting works. It's an opportunity for you to do a project where you do different lighting scenarios because you want to learn them, not because you want to draw them. Because in my opinion, if you want to draw something, my only experience is you don't like to draw 90% of the things you are told to draw or try to draw. So the orb idea was specifically because we already talked about the orb idea. The current picture that you're drawing deals with an orb of light. So maybe you could make that your theme. That would be something you want to draw because you have already done it. Usually the things you want to do are the things that are things that you have already done. Otherwise, I would change up key lighting. Think about key lighting, fill lighting, finding different forms of directional lighting. And then highlight techniques that you haven't done very well or haven't gotten a chance to. Silhouettes. How would you get a silhouette when you manage your key light, fill light, and your directional lights, right? In forms of silhouettes. You can do like complex, like reflective surfaces. Reflective surfaces are a butt to draw, though. They're really cool. And maybe like even items. You could take your sunglasses, for example, and place them on a table and have it bounce the screen of your laptop or something. That's like an incredible different way of using lighting. Yeah. And then there's lots of colors. Color lighting is okay. I mean, you can still change all the colors of light when you're drawing something, so not necessarily intensity. So I'm guessing lighting, in my opinion, is you gotta figure out different scenarios in which it will get you to draw or render, I guess, render lighting, like bright spots and dark spots. Like a great one would be texture. So like you go into a I don't know if you have caves or something like that, right? And you throw an orb into it and see how the background looks while you're standing in it. That'd be kind of interesting, because or like a uneven surface. Like, what does it look like in an uneven surface? You do need a light source, though, in my opinion. You would need to carry a light source somehow. I think flash photography kind of mutes everything, so you wouldn't get any form of lighting if you use flash photography at night. The alternative is to go out during the day and occlude lights. So occluding light would be to like take a, I don't know, a board, like a literal poster board or something, and then cut out something or block the light or something and let the light come through. Kind of like your prompt right now, where you have like cherry blossoms or something, right? And then the light is piercing through it. That creates a different lighting situation. That'll be kind of interesting too. Quite a lot. Yeah, quite a lot of things. You can take a bottle. Oh, here's a fun. You can take an empty bottle, a glass bottle, and then put a light behind it. Put a light behind it, and put a light to the side of it. And then hold a glass bottle up to your face with the light going through the bottle and a side light through the bottle towards your face, and see how the light reflects and bounces against your skin. That's a neat way. This is more like physics related things where light interacts differently as it goes through a medium, like different types of medium. You can take a waterproof light, or even your camera phone, right? A waterproof light in shallow water, and place a light source into the water. And then maybe like stand in the water or something. That would be kind of interesting how the light interacts with water's property. You can also wet your skin. Wet your skin and then apply a directional light onto your skin to see how the water affects light onto a wet surface. Wet surfaces are incredibly like almost pleasing. It's a technique that is very much used in like gaming a lot of times, where right now it's kind of overused a bit. When wet surfaces are like, when it's wet, it becomes very reflective. So you could like kind of dash some water on your face, go out at night, hold on to like be in a directional light and see how the light hits your face, the wet surface of your face, and it can create some interesting lighting effects too. There's so many ways. The list just keeps going. Honestly, it would be kind of hard to know where you want to go with it. And I don't know what your assignments are. Like your assignment, maybe they're asking. Yeah. I'm kind of curious what you end up deciding on. There is also like interesting photography about motion, but we'll talk about it. The assignment is do what you want, really. Oh, okay. Well, I suppose all of the above. It just relates back to the main topic. I see. Interesting. All right, we'll get to going. Get. Uh-oh. Manner, right.
Katamari.
Oops. Oh, what time is it? 2 a.m.? Okay. Elementary particle. That type of particle. There's particle. And then soul. Oh, that is Senway. Interesting. So we got what? Soryoshi. Soryoshi, not Yoshi. Soryoshi. Sort or block? Sure. If you, so yeah. You see a building wearing a top hat. Okay. So, the building next door is being painted and the top hat building is jealous. It thwarts the painting plans by dumping so... Okay. Alright. Onigiri makes sense. It's a grip.
おにぎり
Onigiri. Alright. Deep fried. Right. Age. Oh. Age. Dashi.
揚げ出し
Age dashi. Eh? Shut up. Your village wants to take the village dog, sure, and boil it. Oh, goodness gracious. And no other response than shut up. Moku. Alright. Oh, goodness. Oh, come on. Ugh. Okay, hold up. Ugh.
素粒子
おにぎり
揚げ出し
Okay. We're down to our last two sets. Oh boy. Boy. Guess this is still I guess this is still sakebi.
叫び
Straw sack. Huh? Straw sack. That throws me for a loop. No. Interesting. Straw sack. The leader of your sad life aims a kick at the straw sack you are holding. Well, that's a little aggressive. Yeah, that's not great. It's interesting they don't cluster this. Hold up. No. No hyo. I think I might actually use hyo. Or express. Just gonna use express. Oh, I mean, it's hyo as well. Okay. Okay. Sakebi koe. Ngoe, probably.
叫び声
Koe. Okay. Ooh. I don't have an onyomi. So it could be something crazy, maybe, like atarame.
新芽
Shinme, okay. So it's just a combo. It's fine. Wait, unless I screwed up and me is a... Oh, no. It's a combo. Okay, fine. Cotton. Mien is... The white thread in your towel comes from cotton. It certainly does. Men. Okay. Men's works. Oh goodness.
"叫び声」「新芽」
Okay.
"叫び
Oh. Okay. Alright. It's got 1.5. Impatience. Oh, off the hurry. I see. Aseri.
焦り
Okay. Shelf. Can I get a ka? A ka. Alright. With the power of your mouth, you command a tree to become a shelf. Once you turn the tree into a shelf, you put the shelf in your car. Yeah, okay. Shelf is fine though. Shelf and car is fine. Refreshing. Huh.
清涼
Radio. Yeah, I didn't remember anything for Suzu Yo. It's what? Yang? This stinks. We'll come back to this. Unless the next one is Ryo. Ryokaze. It could be Suzukaze.
涼風
Ryofu. Okay. Actually, I'm okay with that. Has two uses of Ryo. Okay. Yofu is okay. Cavity? Oh, like a hole. Okay. Child with an umbrella in front of you. Suddenly they fall straight into a cavity. Oh, goodness. Can we get a coal? Oh, I'll take coal. I'll take coal. At this point. So pedantic.
声量 焦り
涼風
Right. Unmistakable. Oh, I see. Double negative. Okay, Magi? Magire mo nai.
紛れもない
Magire mo nai. Okay. Moment's leisure. Oh, that's interesting. Ooh, this could be different. Let's go with Suhi.
寸下
Sunka. Wait, is that a ka? Oh yeah, that's a ka. Yuraku?
揺らぐ
Yurangu.
揺らぐ
Okay. I guess we'll find out in the future how those differ.
寸下
I don't know what words they ended up using. Okay.
揺らぐ
紛れもない
Okay. Oh my goodness. Did we pass 4 hours? Okay, we're not doing these. We're not doing this. These are gonna be clustered tomorrow. Because it's already... Yeah, we already passed 4 hours. Okay. Too many. We're gonna keep them clustered together. It's not gonna advance anything anytime soon. Okay. Alright. Let's do these. We only have one radical, huh? Oh, what is this radical? Favor? Alright. Moving right along. Oh, I didn't even realize we had that many kanji characters. Great. Now we three rolling. Alright, let's do our definitions. Okie dokie. So what do we have here? Black ink. Gov. Something about prepping onion calm. Had to sneeze. Tempering. Devil. What's this character here? It's the key to this, but it kind of sucks that they only use it like once. Something about a dormitory. Yeah, I have no idea at the moment. Gray. Building. I. Slice. Other. Chair. Page. Monkey. Pupil. Oh, wait. No. Forge. Oh, no, that's not forge. The heck? E. 0. Go. Not that type of go. The other go. Fort. Secluded. Bubble. Habit. Forge. Oh, wait. Do I have tempering proper? That might not be tempering. That's not tempering. No. We're gonna have to come back. This is dull. This is tempering. Sovereign. Link. Chrysanthemum. Pride. Mansion. Oh. I don't think that's Thort. This is Thort. Rain and Top Hat. Rain and Top Hat is Tariff. Shut up. I totally blanked because of the use of express as opposed to straw sack. Cotton. Shelf. And cavity. Ooh-wee. That's a doozy. Black ink. I think it's Sumi. Like yeah, plus meat. Dove and pigeon. Something to hato. Okay. Onion. Doll. Don. Devil. Ma. Dormitory. I legitimately don't know what that bottom thing is anymore. Has something to do with Dio. It's the carrier for Dio. I don't know what it is. That's kind of an charcoal. Okay. Tray. Bone. Building. Tokyo. Five mouths. Warren got. Lice. Zanzibar. Neighbor. Eagle. Cyborg. That's just Sato. Oh no, Sato. Not Sato. Sure. Huh? Jogun? That seems... no. Donut. Buggy. Ray. Go. Tariffs. Soap. Youth. Home. Cookie. And celery. And what the tempering? Rental. Later. Soon. Tea and cookie. Oh. And shit. Shogun. Sorting. I thought thwarting was soap. What is thwarting? Okay, so I got one of these mixed up. But what is tariff? Are they both soap? They could be both soap. They probably are, since they carry the soap. Mock. Yo. On in. What are you, Cotton? Men are and oh, well, I guess there's not that strong of a depreciation despite spending 4 additional hours. Okay. Alright, let's do our... Oh, we went through our monitor. Whoops. reads. Okay. So Sumi, black ink, Ato, dove, pigeon, on, don, doll, ma, devil, ro, dormitory, on, tray, it's questionable. Oh, building, waga, I, dan, slice, that's questionable too. Ne, rather, he, chair, sai, age, saru, or saru, don't know yet. Monkey, go, pupil, kagi, e, de, 0, go. I don't know what go is. Just go with Kunyumi for now. So, Arif, you secluded. Oh, bubble. Sit. Habit. Forge. Then tempering. Yeah. Sovereignty. Soon. Blink. Good. Chrysanthemum. Ko. Pride. Cho. Mansion. So. Fort. Moku. Shut up. Yo. Raw sack. Men. Cotton. Shelf. And coal. Cavity. Not sure about 3 of those. 3 or 4 of those. We'll find out tomorrow. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap and talk about things. Today we talked a lot about art. Right? We take where the conversation flows, although oftentimes I relate it back to learning. Typically it's often about learning observational skills. Not so much your dictation, right? Dictation is ample, overrepresented. So oftentimes to balance that, I spend most of my time working on the process when I'm streaming, right? Playing video games is a process-oriented task, not a results-based academic. So if you like to think about goal-oriented things, I will try to encourage and share how I think about it in a process-oriented way. I think oftentimes when one is low in energy and requires an explanation, there's plenty of time for that because it's energy efficient and often it's quite a vibe. I think process-oriented thinking is not so much of a vibe. It's quite exhausting, and it's often done when one wants to establish foundations in order to meet their vibe, right? When I'm learning, I typically focus on process-oriented thinking. When I'm deconstructing and consuming, I use what I'm learning, the process of what I'm learning, to enjoy what I'm consuming when I'm low in energy. So immersion is a process of consuming media right? Taking input in. But the quality, in my opinion, the quality of one's inputs, personal bias, is significantly affected by one's fundamentals in their process. So for myself, I guess I'm making an attempt. It could turn out to be negligible, but for myself, process is what keeps me going. Process is the underlying motivation behind human experiences. I feel with a not too stretch of the imagination, I think goal-oriented metrics and like end product, end goal emphasis, you can have plenty of that. Go online, watch a video. You probably saw the end process, right? The end product or the resulting product. They're typically, even though they instructively include explanations, that is the end product. There's no visible or observable way to engage in process-oriented thinking without the human experience. So I am here to try to provide some sort of process-oriented things. Discussion is a form of process-oriented thinking. Getting a right and wrong answer and confirming people's facts, whether they're right and wrong, that's an end process. So the act of discussing is the process part. The dictation is the end product. When you tell someone what the right answer is, a state of fact, that is an end result. It is the product of all of your process, right? And to me, how rich that process is allows you to derive a lifetime of higher quality input, in my opinion. It is through both of these that you have the privilege, in my opinion, to vibe. So, right, when you develop foundations and orient yourself through observations using your whatever you're building in your process, then whenever someone asks you a question and asks you like, hey, what would you do, or what do you think is good, well, oftentimes someone who lacks a process, that means I can't observe them, right? I don't actually know. So kind of like the question that Mika asked, what is a good lighting composition and stuff? Well, I didn't get any details about whether what is constitutes as good and whatnot, so it's not like I can do anything about it. The alternative way is to observe the person doing the things, and that's where a lot of things fall short. I've been shared, like a lot of people have shared with me lots of content that, in my opinion, are incredibly impressive, incredibly high achieving things, but it doesn't get me any closer to understanding what they did. Most of the time, the content is after the fact. So it's neat to learn a lot of trivial facts or things that interest you. However, for myself, I like to tie them to the act of doing something, a shared human experience, right? And I think that's a premium nowadays. Not that it's a premium because it's hard to find. It really isn't hard to find. It's everything you don't pay attention to most of the time. Like 9 out of 10 people, the process is the other 90% that you do every single day that you no longer pay attention to, because it's all about the results, right? It doesn't matter how you spend 6 hours each day studying something and how you can micro adjust all of that stuff, because the only thing that's important is if you get to your goal. And you count the days until you get to the goal, which is what all the discussion started with. The idea that I don't typically get an impression that someone likes to do something. They like the results that they get from doing the thing. So it's a grind, it's a shortcut, it's a race to the results. It's not a celebration or discussion or a constant motivation developed from doing the thing. So oftentimes that's what creates that vibing, the vibes, the products that you examine. That person isn't going to stop. They're going to keep doing it because they like doing the stuff overall. I'm not saying they like everything about it. Overall, they like doing it. So the product you see is not quite the entire picture, but it is the fastest, most efficient way you're going to get an idea of it. The problem, the thing that I want to highlight about the whole art thing is that what you get out of seeing a product, in my opinion, is dramatically, significantly, I'm not going to say it's more important or less important, but it is significant how much you're going to get from a product. Like, you see a picture, right? And two people go up, see a portrait. One who is more invested, I guess, invested in the process would stand there longer. They would see more. They would envision more. They would tweak more. They would even hypothetically conceptualize more from it. The odds of that is much higher when you spend a lot more time thinking about all the 90% of the time you're actually doing something versus that little goal at the end. Like, get good is a goal. How and what you're doing to get good is the interesting part, at least to me personally. And it wasn't always interesting. It wasn't always the best thing about doing things. Like, I didn't grow up thinking like, oh man, the joys of doing things is all the hard work that gets me to that result that I started to do in the first place. Like, oh man, studying is the fun part of getting good grades. When I was younger, I've already admit this, when I was younger, getting good grades was the fun part. Getting good grades is the delay gratification, right? That's kind of the goated thing. You work really, really hard, and your payoff is that delay gratification at the end. And yet, getting older and even longer on things, you can have a wonderful time even before getting there. In fact, there is this particular moment, for everyone is different, when is this moment, that when you get there, the only thing that you feel, at least in my opinion, the only thing that I feel, I'll speak for myself, when I finally get to a goal, it's 1% of what I was yesterday. Like, what I mean is, when I pass the finish line, it's simply one extra day since the last time. So I've been working up to that since then. So yes, it's great to have delayed gratification. In fact, a lot of times when people talk about delayed gratification, they're talking about the consequences of their product being complete, not necessarily the gratification they get from understanding that they finally finished. When you finally finish, in my opinion, it feels like it doesn't really feel all that different when you get to that position. For those who think that finishing something feels really good, not on the same page yet. Not yet. When I finish something, the first thing I think about is I've already planned what to do next. Like, the moment I finish something, it's the beginning of a new thing. So rarely is it going to be as satisfying as other people who set themselves up to get the payout, and that payout is the thing. No, I cruise with that momentum. So the moment WaniKani is complete, right, or whatever milestone I decide, I'm already off to the next thing. Because I had all the time in the world in the process to be brainstorming and doing more things as I'm going. Fixated on your goals, in my opinion, is a natural glass ceiling for people. Aiming, and it can, I'm not saying it's not going to provide sufficient happiness. I simply am stating something that is probably objectively true, not subjective at all, which is if you're only aiming to achieve one goal and exclusively that goal, then you don't achieve anything else, either on the way to that goal or even modifying that goal. So it is, in fact, a glass ceiling, right? It's an observational glass ceiling. You could accidentally notice that you've developed 4 or 5 different skills on your way to that goal. However, if it's simply focusing on that goal, all of those things become extraneous to the goal, especially when you have a fixed plan on how to get there. Like, yeah, I'm going to do A, then I get to B, then I get to C, and anything that deviates from that path is a waste of time. That is, in my opinion, what happens on the trade-off of being hyper-optimized and rigorous. It's not observational, in my opinion. You try to hit milestones and checkpoints without the entertainment, or like, not entertainment as in getting entertained, but entertaining alternative or adaptivity along the way, because it's not interesting. Nothing's more interesting in getting to your goal. So here, you're always welcome to come on by and challenge that notion, right? And I'll reciprocate with questions and different aspects, I suppose. I think that's one of the wonderful things about the human experience. I like to believe that in this world, there are still statistically 2 humans that will not necessarily do the same thing to achieve, quote unquote, the same goal. So personally, to me, it sounds like it's a very dull world, for better or for worse, or optimized or not. The idea that if everyone had the same path to fluency, for example, to Japanese fluency, and it's just that easy and that objectively definable, I guess call me a rebel. I find that very reductive about the human experience. It still could be true in the future, right? Like with technology and understanding of human choices and whatnot, it could be. I doubt I will live long enough to know if that's ever going to happen. And what will humans do then when the human experience is no longer unique, but it's mechanical? It does bring into question music, art, and any form of human experience, right? Doing something. Is doing something worth anything if it can be reproduced mechanically, human to human? I don't know, but there are quite a few people who behave and interact with other humans like that. Incredibly reductive, generalizing, and dehumanizing. Like, oh yeah, well, I know enough to be deterministic about everyone I talk to. It's like, that's fair enough. I'm not here for that. So respectfully decline anyone who believes that they live a deterministic world where human experiences is not valuable, simply results. Probably not for me. So hopefully you find where you belong, or among people that you are familiar with. I think exchanging stories, seeing the different variations in human decision making and whatnot, is an experience for a lifetime. So you're more than welcome and share that. Alright, so until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna take a kind of a longer-ish break, and then I'll be back for Bunpro, and we're just gonna try to move along here. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は104日目です。It's day 104. We're gonna try to be a little bit brisk today. Low energy state enabled. We gotta be like energy saving a little bit. Just went through our WaniKani lesson day, so lots of tentative things in my head. Go through our grammars here, our grammar points. Koto as in, okay, the nominalizer koto. Can also express something that is concrete. Back. In a very similar way to noa. Koto is used in Japanese for nominalization, creating a noun-like phrase. However, unlike noa, which is a combination of two particles, koto is a noun. Right? Use koto, this adds to the end of a verb in its dictionary form. Yeah, okay. I thought we might have had a grammar point. But yeah, there is a grammar point that kind of uses this in it. Koto for, or the matters in its kanji form is a noun that is often translated as thing, and in this way, it's probably not the same character. But by coincidence, mechanically, like diagrammically, is in the same position. And in this way, literally means the thing that is a, right? When used for nominalization.
近所の迷惑になることをしてはいけない。
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I got okay.
ファックスをすることが嫌い。
That is a very questionable. Okay. Okay. Alright. I see.
お金を使いすぎないことが大事です。
As we can see from these examples, nai can also be used between the verb and koto to form a not statement. There are other auxiliary verbs that can be used with koto in this way, but nai is the most common. And that might be related to the embedded koto. Like, not yet though. Don't know for sure, but the idea is still there. Although this lesson discussed koto pairing with the dictionary form of verbs, it can actually pair with any standard verb. Okay. Standard form just means anything that does not finish with the polite mas. Okay. Fun fact, unlike mono, another noun used to describe thing, koto is a noun that's frequently used to describe things that are intrinsic. Yeah. This basically means things that are describable but not necessarily always observable. Feelings, conditions, events. Yeah, we encountered mono and koto by interchanging them in the vocabulary section. And when a sentence usually short finishes with koto, it often has the nuance of being a rule or command. This koto is not actually a noun, but a sentence-ending particle. Okay, so they do cover the other things that may or may not be the same koto. So more on that in the future. That'll be interesting. Kurasu. Wait. Kurasu. May Meito. Oh, classmate. Wait, where's the? Oh, okay. Ichimana. Oh, yeah, right. Oh, it's written in kana. Ichimen. Enai koto. Koto as a particle will almost never be written in the kanji form. Okay, however, it does originate from the same word. Okay. There's no relation that I see yet. Oh, here's one. Oh no, it does. Okay, so okay, it is related to the no thing. And then it is related to this one that I was talking about. Koyu koto. Attach to a dictionary form of words to turn them into nouns. Alright. Iku koto, the act of going. Koyu koto has a similar function but adds the quoting phrase toyu. Yeah, okay. So those are related. Alright, fair enough. There might be one more from the vocabulary section. Not yet in the grammar section. Yeah, this is what was mentioned with the other koto, the earlier koto when no was introduced. All right, cool. So, oh no, not again. Okay, which soul is this? Looks like a peer seems feeling that. Oh no, wait. It's not because of the grammar. This is actually one of the first, one of the 2 or 3 times with grammar. There are fewer grammar points about soul than the vocabulary. The vocabulary has like 5 or 6. So this is at the end, yeah, the soul dot. Oh, negative requires a nasa for e adjectives. And dewa nasa. Oh, you know, this is so kinda sugiru. Interesting. Soda is one of the 18 primary auxiliary verbs in Japanese, one of the 18, and can be used in 2 different ways. The broad meaning in each of its application is that something seems to be a certain way. Soda. Ne? Soda ne. Due to this, so is regularly translated as seems like, looks like, or appears as so. So desu ka? In this lesson, we will focus on the form that is used with the conjunctive stem. But there's no ku here. Oh, it's just forms of words. Okay. Without the ku? Please examine the structure guide to see these forms. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. This doesn't have like a ku conjunctive. Okay, so positive is... Okay. Negative, we go into the na and the asa, and then the dewa nasa. And then we have the yo. Yeah, the yosa. Oh, yosaso de. Isoda. Well, that's complicated. Hold on. That's gonna be a little bit of a growing pain situation there. Alright.
彼女は毎日走っていそうだ。
So this is tacked on to 走っている. So then I is the stem and soda. Okay.
これは正しそうだ。
正しそうだ. That's a E adjective. You drop the E, and it's in the confirmation.
あの店員は丁寧そうだ。
soda. That's a na adjective. Simply don't need the na. Caution. So may also be used when attached to the E adjective, nai. Okay, in this case, there's a unique conjugation rule which we'll need to be careful of. As always, E will be removed from nai before attaching so. However, sa will be inserted between na and so. This creates the expression nasaso. Right? So, 彼の部屋は so the negative version, the negative of dirty. So, いけなくない, right? But then we drop the E, add a sa. So, いけなくなさ, oh my gosh. いけなくなさそうだ. Ish. 車は小さくて便利じゃなさとさをoh my gosh じゃなさそう It's a shame there's no like no things on it for the negative. Note that this addition of sa does not happen with verbs. This is due to the nai that is used with negative verbs being an auxiliary verb. I see. And not an E adjective. With the auxiliary verb nai, simply remove the E before adding so directly to the stem. 彼はもうイギリスに帰らなそうだ。帰らなそうだ。Caution, this so is utilized exclusively to make predictions, guesses about something based on visual information. It is relatively low confident, so should not be used for things that are obvious. In these cases, mitai would be used instead. Okay, as opposed to like a confirmation like desho. I guess you're not looking for you're not looking for confirmation in the way of confidence, but more like talking about the confidence of making the statement without confirmation. Interesting. So 明日は朝から雨が降るみたいだ。versus 降りそうだ because stem of the verb そうだ okay all right fair enough yeesh okay oh yeah because of you then mitai for the more confident version all right Converting adjectives to nouns? Oh, this is gonna explain the like chisa and okin chisa and oh, I'm not sure about actually I'm not sure. Hold up. That might not be the same. Let's see. Sa is a suffix in Japanese that can be attached to the stem form of e adjectives and no adjectives, right? When this happens, it transforms the target adjective into a noun that illustrates the amount of that particular adjective. Okay, this commonly translates as ness, yeah, like sweetness, tallness, spiciness, but is referred to as a degree in Japanese. I mean, that's fair.
私が道の長さを測ります。
So Nagasa, I think it translates the other thing too. Nagasa, okay. Oh, what is it? Haka. Right, Haka.
大人になってから家族の大切さが分かってきた。
That important. Yeah, fair enough. It is, fun fact, it is thought that this suffix originally stemmed from the kanji sa, making distinction. Interesting. It was used for highlighting things that was distinctive features of something. In this way, sa is also sometimes used after the dictionary form of verbs to highlight a distinct point in time that something happens. 学校からの帰るさにお金を lost or pick up hiro okay, at the point of okay, interesting. Yeah, that would be the standard saw I would think of. Sure. Ikusa. I mean, ikusa de at the point of going somewhere. Ikusa de ie ni suare. Not suare. No, yeah, wasure. Wasure mono shita koto. Yes, when I was on my way home, or at the point of going home, right, returning home, I left an item. I think I left an item at home when you were on your way. Okay, and then at home you left an item. Yeah, you think you left an item at home when I'm going somewhere. However, this use of the suffix is far less common in modern Japanese, known as poetic language. It was primarily used during Japan's Middle Ages, which spanned from around 1100 until the end of the 15th. Interesting. Neat. I'm not sure if the whole idea of like chisa and its relationship like okina and stuff like that has anything to do with like this particular point, but we'll come to that as we go. All right, so right. And then, okay. Alright. Gotta kind of move today.
Nihongo を話すことは難しい.
Hold this. Or 降りそう.
雪が降りそうです。
この美しさは初めてです。
Ugh, that one's rough. Like to say that one. Okay. Alright, we're gonna try to go a little bit faster today for this. Okay. Kiken, that's deadline or time limit, etc. Kiken. That's gonna create a 50-50 with Shimekiri. Shimekiri and Kiken. Sugiru. Yeah, Sugiru. This is actually a very special one. Okujo. Okujo is kind of special. With the Oku. Okairi. Okay. Okairi is fine. Nasaru. Ooh, okay. I'm not sure. This one's gonna be a tough one. Irasharu. So this is the verb version. Irasharu. Irasharu. Interesting. Huh. Culture. Fine. Principal. School. Related. Achira. Oh man. Okay. This is the one for like from both the speaker and the because we have Kochira, Sochira. Yeah, Oko-san. Oko-san. Probably gonna create a 33% or 50-50. Makaseru. Makaseru is to be like entrusted with something or entrusted to another. It's pretty strong, fairly strong. What the Hojo? Hojo? No, Bojo. Boshu. And Boshu is to like gather and recruit and gather. Recruitment. Okay. Sure. Just a minute. Okay. Passporto. Alright, passporto. This is the breaking thing. Oh, koala. Koala. Right. Yote. Plans, arrangements, schedules. I love. Okay. Suise. Suie, not Suise. Suie is okay. Imasugu is immediate. This is gonna create confusion too. It's gonna create like a 33% chance. Kitsui. Whoa, no. Oh no. This is not. I do not have anything with this. Is there a kanji form? No. Kitsui. That's new. Got no frame of reference, so we'll have to come back to this soon. And then this is Utsui for thin or diluted. Okay, Let's go back through this. A set date or time by which something must be completed or achieved. That's fine. I think you can. A verb that means to move, yeah, beyond a certain point or to exceed a particular limit. Execute it. The top part of a building, often used as a outdoor area for relaxation or events, right? Okujo. A polite phrase said to someone who returns to their house. Okairi. An honorific speech verb that is used to show respect when referring to someone's action. Yeah. Nasaru. Nasaru is gonna be... Oh, it's act. Oh. Yeah, this is the humble do. The humble do. Okay. An honorific speech word that indicates the presence or coming or going of someone. Irasharu. 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 The head administrator of a school or educational institution, right? So ko mixed with cho being a person in charge, a long person, and then ko is probably like from gakko or koko or like the ko in school. Kocho. A word used to indicate the location or direction of movement away from both the speakers. Sachira. Okay, sorry. A polite way to refer to someone's son or daughter. Oh, okay. Son. A verb meaning to leave something to someone else's care or responsibility. Right? Okay. The process of seeking and inviting individuals to join a group or organization. Boshu. Okay. An expression indicating a small or modest amount of something. Okay. Alright. An official document issued by a government that allows a person to travel internationally. Passaporto. A verb indicating that something becomes damaged or inoperable. Then a predetermined plan or arrangement for future events. This one is going to create a 50-50. Yote. Yeah, yote can take a hike. I'm just kidding. Yote, there's also like yoyaku. There's kind of like a stay or a yo, I don't know. Yeah. There are other ways that don't require using yo for arrangement. Consignment. There's also consignment. An intense feeling of deep affection, right? I share that attachment towards someone or something. The sport or activity of moving through water using one's arm and legs. So yeah, it's okay. And then we have imasugu. Imasugu is going to make sugu and mosugu, and all your sugu is a little bit questionable. To do something at the same moment or just after it was thought or had been said. Imasugu. Imasuke. Okay, I gotta write something for this. Intense. Severe, hard, determined, forceful, formidable. E adjective. So there is a little bit of overlapping too. A word that indicates a situation where something is physically constricted, causing discomfort or challenge. Ooh, there's some overlap here. Okay. So we don't have much to work with other than ki, tsu, and i. And then we have intense. Well, I'm going to use hard. I think hard is... Oh, no. Intense? Oh, no. Either are kind of rough. We'll use hard. All right. That's not that great. That's really weak. And then let's see. This word is used to describe something that's not thick or has a small width or depth. All right. Let's try to get this here. This is just no pause. That's kind of weird. All the vocabulary ones use TTS, so most of the vocabulary ones use TTS. They don't pause or anything like that. Kind of funny. That one's, yeah, Sonkeigo is the only thing that would help me differentiate. So at least they add the Sonkeigo as a guide, like a suggestion. Oops. Wait. He is. Oh. Wait. Okay. All right. Okay. Fair enough. I understand. I think I understand. Maybe I don't. Oops.
私はこの校長が嫌いだ。
あちらの方を見る。
彼女はあなたのお子さんですか？
I can't tell. That I can't tell. So that's gonna be a 50-50. Oh, maybe. Oh, interesting. Oops.
それなら私に任せてください。
I see. Intriguing. Oops.
今年は初めて紙媒体ではなくネット上で社員を募集してみようと思う。
レシピ本。次に塩を少々加えます。
あなたはパスポートを持っていますか？
What? Oh.
テーブルが壊れる。
I keep typing ku, not ko. Ku, ko. Whoops.
一緒に海外旅行の予定を立てましょう。
あなたは彼女に対し愛を感じる？
Okay.
僕の趣味は水泳と習字です。
Ah, man, yeah. That's gonna create confusion. Oops.
今すぐ救急車を呼んでください。
Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't be able to tell. Oh. Okay. Oops.
このドレスはきついです。
I guess I could have kitsui be the antonym of yurui. In a way. Ew. Oh, interesting. Hmm.
彼の眼球は薄い青色をしています。
All right. Let's do our grammar reviews. We can't stinch out on our bottom line. 40 grammar reviews. Oh no. All right. Oh no. It's I don't. You know what? We're gonna have to call it here. We'll do it tomorrow. I do have to get through my Hanzi. We got to do our HanziHero lessons. 40. Well, tomorrow is gonna be an interesting catch-up day. What is this? 6 days in a row? Pushing our luck here. Pushing our luck. Okay. Oh, right. Right, because we started after midnight. All right. All right, folks. That's a wrap for our Bunpro session today. I have to cut it short. WaniKani is long today. Typically, would be the day where we do our lessons on both Bunpro and HanziHero, and technically would be 4 hours earlier, so then I would rest and then come back tomorrow and do this stuff. But lots of opportunities to talk about things, and I'm always willing to invest in talking about things. Until next time, this is our end of our Bunpro session. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a go. You are always welcome to tell me how you would juggle all these things or not juggle all these things. Do you prefer to talk to people about stuff as you're going? Show me the way of the speed run, right? You're always welcome. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna take a quick break, walk around a little bit, try to get some blood into my brain, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第457天。It's day 457. Let's get right into our lessons. We are burning the midnight, really post midnight fuel here. So it does remind me of the other Su, but this time without the turkey revive, right? Pretty sure the other Su is revive, and it deals with a grain stock. Does it? Oh, no, it deals with a bottle. I think. Hold up. Oh no. It's all three. Oh, it's this Su. Oh, now I know why I'm confused sometimes. Because all three of them are revived. This one is revived too. Oh, okay. Alright, it's fine. Yeah, I couldn't find it very quickly, but same revive. So they probably use the same thing. Superman's in front of the house where he's walking around the lawn, thinking of Superman stuff, superhero stuff. He trips over a fish and falls to the ground, passes out, he revives, and Not sure how I feel about this. What was the original? I feel like the original wasn't. Hello? Why isn't the original on here? Oh no! Oh, it's not. We didn't get this yet. Oh, it's the other one. Oh, okay, it's fine. No, we didn't get it yet. Okay. Alright, Superman is in front of the house where he... He is trying to revive some fish after a natural disaster. Able to use his superhero powers to create a reservoir out of grain stalks to contain the fish, allow them to survive, I suppose, something like that. Okay.
Su
Fair enough. Oh goodness, it's high. Lofty. Alright. That does look like Master Chief is inside the electric plant where he comes across a high mountain. At the most high point is an electric handsaw that seems to be stuck in the ground. Oh. Let's say Master Chief is in the electricity plant where he used the handsaw to bring in a mountain high filled of materials for the generator while he was on guard duty. Lending a hand. Okay.
俄瞥
Yeah. I don't think there's any Pierre that does Shredder. Oh, there is one. Cast aside, Pierre. Totally forgot about cast aside. I was leaning more like B, which is the vast majority. Alright, so how did the Shredder for Pierre went? Set aside. Fingers? Grinding them? Pinocchio is in front of the electricity plant where he's standing on guard. All around him are a bunch of strange electric... Yeah, okay. Okay, let's see. Pinocchio is in front of the... He... is keeping an eye on all the shredders used to generate material for the fire generators. He glances at the wood being shredded and closes his eyes to avert as he himself is made of wood. Okay.
瞥碎
Say. Ear of grain. Say. Cicada and heart. Isn't that a hui? It's a hui for favor. Alright. We'll use favor instead. Okay, so Superman is in the bathroom of the house where he has took it upon himself to collect ears of grain from neighboring fields and wash them as a favor for taking residence in each house. All right.
碎
Ears of grain.
沈
Shen. Oh goodness, it's just Shen. Is this Shen? Shen pillow? No, that's Jen. Oh, come on. You're gonna... Oh, the pillow has a tree in it though. I think we're gonna lump it up with like remarkable for the mutant thing. The whole crowned and mutant thing is... Oh no, I guess there are two crown mutant thing. Alright. Chuck is in the basement of the infirmary where he's trying to escape from the evil Dr. Shen. Dr. Shen, who wears an evil crown, commands an army of mutants he creates to chase Shrek. Oh no, this is starting to give like Professor Xavier vibes. The nurses look on as Shrek tries to spray Dr. Shen mutants with some water to slow them down. We'll go with it.
沈
Might have to change it.
苏 沈 俄 岁
Ah, I misspelled.
偏
All right, let's keep going.
乡
Xiang. Aid. Xiang. This reminds me of what? Inlay? It's inlay. What was inlay? Fingers? Fingerinos? It's metal. It's actually metal. It's probably metal. Yes. Xiang. Okay. Aid. Alright. Wait. Oh. What is this whole chunker thing? Do I have a... Is this chunker thing? No. It's not a thing. This entire chunker. Alright. Fine. Xena's in front of the chapel, aiding a nun who has her dress stuck in some wired fence. Sure. Of a wired mesh of a fence that surrounds the chapel. She takes out her sword and cuts the part of the dress loose. The nun, as a token of gratitude for Xena's aid, took out a boombox and starts breakdancing up the lawn. Oh my. Sure. That's kind of funny.
乡炫
Shen. Okay, that looks like Shen. The mystery. Alright, I think we're gonna use mystery though here. Not caterpillar. Alright, Professor X is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, where he is keeping an eye on the special mystery. A second eye on a second-hand mystery device that is supposedly able to dazzle the eyes, dazzle mutant consciousness, and putting them in a daze simply by gazing on their eyes. I don't really know where the bathroom thing is gonna come in. We're just gonna go with it for now.
炫 八
Looks like Ba Scar. There's an example here. Maybe Han? Ba Hen. I mean Ba, not Han. Ban Hen. Yeah. Xiang Ba. Okay. There's it. Bart Simpson is in front of the auditorium, busking for monkey. He gets a crust and sticks it in his forehead with a bunch of his own snot to serve as a makeshift scarf. He goes around to the people lining up for ticket. Oh. Busking for money for tickets. Oh boy, that's an interesting typo. You know, that's kind of... I'll take it.
八
There's
浦
pool. Garden. There is a semblance of pool here. Riverside pool. What other pools do we have? Hatch? What we do, pool is shop. We do have the grape, but I think pool is Riverside is the only pool. Okay. Garden. The trellis is now barely. Popeye is in the basement of the house where he's tending to his garden. It's a patch of loose soil on the of course, is a spinach garden. He takes a trellis out of his mouth and out of his mouth. Just a trellis. Fine. It's just eating something from his garden. It's fine. I don't need to go into that elaborate.
虎
Jeez
字
Louise. 字. Okay. G is the closest I can think of, which is posture or consult posture. Both posture and there's posture. I feel like consult, yes, consult also has this thing up here, which is carrying the sound. Unrestrained. Okay. Zelda's in the bathroom in the house on the toilet. Suddenly a heart comes up to her and gives her a bill for something. Zelda unrestrainedly takes the... Okay. Zelda is in the bathroom house where where she is taking a break from doing her noble duties, handling a bill or two, right? It's part of the other mnemonic. She tries unrestrained art. Eat it. Max. Or heading back to handle 2 bills. Okay. Alright.
字
Zelda ones are actually kind of rough. Most of the Zelda kind of rough.
香 八 炫 字 谱
Alright. Next one.
呼
Ooh, yeah? Neglect is the closest thing I can think of. Neglect. Ooh, for neglect. There it is. Ooh, and I think we're gonna use neglect. So Hulk is in front of the house where he is trying to not neglect his superhero duties by trying to minimize being absent-minded about all the souls he can affect with his destructive powers. Okay.
呼 脆
Che. Yeah, Che. This is coming off of a winged soldier. Why am I thinking of winged soldier? Pure? It's probably pure. And there's a soldier in there. We're gonna use soldier for the bottom. But it's definitely pure. Like, so Zu is soldier and then pure. Where the Cui is coming. Okay. Alright. I'm surprised I haven't gotten a flower yet. An insect, a fruit, a tree, an animal. So far today, there are none of those. Crazy. There are actually some vocabulary words too. What is that? Chu lie. Yeah, chu lie ba cui. Outstanding type of outstanding type gather together. What? Double outstanding and gather together? Alright. Interesting. What are we doing? Soldier? Okay. So Cupid is in the bathroom. Jones? Where he is trying to help out a soldier. A lowly soldier. By gathering together a bunch of flowers to help the lowly soldier grab a companion for his stay at the... Okay. Alright, cool.
翠鹅
Oh, that does look like a oh no, it's a moth. Oh goodness. Wait, is that my first insect today? I think that's my first insect today. Okay. Alright. Of course, we have to continue. I spoke too soon. Spoke way too soon. Wait. Yeah, I think this is our first insect. I don't think we got a tree yet. Alright, Master Chief is inside the electricity plants, where he's come across a moth insect that flies around. Master Chief hates moths, so he grabs the futuristic space handsaw and chases it. Alright, fair enough. All of these are gonna be rough. Got a picture. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Alright.
鹅这
Oh, here it comes. I spoke way too soon. Alright, now we got sugarcane. Alright. That's another plant. Okay. That looks more like... Actually, the bottom thing is... It's is the closest, I think. Oh no! I forgot about Oh, that's good. That's really good. Is a weak one. But what about Where's at? Is there no Okay. I don't remember. For crane. I'm mistaking it for something else, I suppose. Alright, so it's linked with to cover. Alright, sugarcane. Let's go. James Bond is in the bathroom of the electricity plant, where he has set up a covert sugarcane plantation. I don't feel so... Alright. James Bond is in the bathroom of the electricity plant, where he has... fired, where he has infiltrated the target's facility, where they had been harvesting sugarcane. Where he is trying to make goodness gracious. Let me try to improvise. Improvise a special treat to the employees to extract some special intel. He constructed a shack outside the bathroom where he gathered a bunch of sugarcane and flowers in a bucket, and with the use of a burner, able to produce some warm refreshments. Bathroom. Sugarcane. Yikes. Sucrose. Huh. Tongue. Oh, interesting. Oh, because, yeah, sugarcane. And ganja. Intriguing. Fair enough.
这刨
All. I mean, yeah, that can be a pal. It can be a lot of things. Pal, pal. Well, not a lot of things, just the two. Sorry. Pal, pal. Lots of tones, though. Pal. That's kind of a 50-50. This would be a 50-50. Patrick is inside the barn where he finds a strange package lying in the hay next to the cows. He goes up and opens it, and out comes a mouth that roars so loud that it knocks Patrick over. He's so angry at being knocked over. Alright. Patrick is inside the barn where he thought it would be a splendid idea by ordering a package with a gigantic blowhorn, or takes it into the barn and blow hard and rapidly as possible, creating a roaring sound over and over again, disturbing the animals. Okay.
刨
Okay. Okay.
呼
Rip.
鹅这刨脆
Oh no.
赏
Okay. We got our last 5. Let's see if we can avoid another insect and flower or plant. Xiang. Oh, there's Xiang. There's Xiang. And there's also Xiang. Xiang for not esteem. Xiang. Oh no. I'm thinking of Xiang after all. Oh, Xiang, and then Xiang. Xiang is the orientation. We're gonna use orientation. Okay, part of the day. Okay, so oh, part of the day. That's a little rough. It's kind of like daytime. All right, Shrek is in the basement of the chapel. He is on guard duty. He is being entrusted. Let's just say he's being entrusted to guide orientation for part of the day service as a favor to Fiona's father. Okay. Banshan. Oh, okay.
赏力
Lee. That does look like a leaf for chestnut. Alright, we're definitely adding chestnut to this. Okay. So Link is in the shiver. The bathroom of the house. Where he has been ordered or requested. Has been given a quest by a poor shivering soul of a cowboy to retrieve some hardy chestnuts to help him to help the shivering soul recover some hardy chestnuts from the neighboring trees. All right. Okay.
力俊
Jing. Does look like Jing. Ooh. I think this is actually the reverse of the other Jing. Am I crazy? No. I am crazy. It's fine. We're gonna use Monarch here. So Julius is in the bathroom of the infirmary where he is washing up and preparing to become the new monarch of a newly named infirmary. Washing up and I don't know. And recovering after becoming the new monarch of a conquered prefecture. Sure. Okay.
俊字
Oh, okay. We gotta use responsibility. But zi is kind of weak. Even then. With responsibility. Do we have a zi that... And not really. Neither of those things are really strong. I don't remember if I have a zi with a right hand thing. That's a nope. Alright. So we're using responsibility, largely because it's kind of weak. So Zelda is in the bathroom of the house. Where he has taken on the responsibility to help out with the laundry from time to time. She sprays the stained clothes of Link giving them good rinse and scrub and rinse the bathtub. Okay. Okay.
自领
Clean. Questionable. This one is very questionable. Return. We're using return. Whirlpool can go and expire in the corner in the closet. I don't think we got a Ling that works, right? Although there is another Ling that looks... Oh, goodness, why? And oh my. Okay, fine. Dude, today's spam. Alright, hold on. So, like on Twitch, right? It looks like a new service has cropped up on announcement now. I have to think about how I'm gonna eliminate them immediately. Looks like the bot services for a low effort grifting is back. Okay. Link is in the basement. Okay. Oh, chilly. Link is in the basement of the infirmary. Where he's trying to retrieve where he has been ordered, requested to address the chilly ice issue in the basement. The patient's basement. He ran out to gather a bunch of grain stock turned properly with a lid container that can then to burn the grain stalks that he gathered on his return to use the ice and chilly environment. Okay.
领
All right.
赏 领 字 俊
Oh, I totally didn't add hill. Okay.
力
Okay. Oh, 4:30. Oh. Oh no. I just realized I did the lessons after 4 a.m. So that means I did later today's lesson. So I guess we're just gonna do reviews tomorrow because we dragged way too late. And now I can no longer view all the characters. We'll do like the first half of the character. Because now we're mandatorily going to be doing character studies tomorrow, like later today. We have to hit some of these characters at some point. They're so back-ended. They're so backlogged. How far did it go down last time? Actually, I think we still have all the characters displayed here. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it might be minus like 3 of the characters. Let's go and we'll see how well this goes out. We gotta turn all of these over at some point. Although I've been keeping up with it, so it's not too bad when they hit the thing. I have multiple exposures. It's just quicker this way because I need to target these, and I can't target them if the reviews keep stacking up in a different way. But this is the way to alleviate it for now. Some of these are getting a little bit quicker. And yesterday I dropped 2, but that's not too bad. Dropped 2 in the last what? There are like 150 characters here. Not recommended, probably. I wouldn't recommend this. Unless you have the foundations, I suppose. Like 3,000 plus. That's kind of helping speed things up a little. Okay. Oh, Ling. Chili. Xiang. Xiang. Part of the day. Xiang. Aid. The moth. Oh. Garden. Scar. 翠 gather together. Sugarcane. A glance. Stain. Chin. Dazzle. Jin. Prefecture. Unrestrained. Li shiver. Shen. Shen. Ooh. Absent-minded. Say. Ear of grain. Ears of grain. So revive. The eye. Pow. No. Pow. Roar. Alright, now we're getting into this next set. I can't really read that. Is that supposed to be a bottle? Yeah. Doing chieftain there. Chieftain? Bill. Big chieftain. Pearl. Oof. This might need some, I don't know, I might have to change this up. True. Ling. Oh, all of these are gonna start to need some resolution. Yeah. So this is order from the Slenderman. Actor. That's a problem. 2 spider. Yen. Slug. Ling. Ears. I know that's listen, but listen to what? What did I use for listen? Just nothing other than listen. What up? These two needs to be separated. Okay. Fair enough. Ooh. Caress. That's a wonky. Yin, swallow. Wei, sunflower. Swa. Trivial. That's a tough one. No, what is that? Oh. Nope. To fold. Ooh. Sincere. Neil button. Tea. Cream. So click of one's tongue. Hoang. The heck? Same tree to Polonia. It's fine. Polonia is just, that's just Polonia. T. Huge. When female, oh, female, weak. Not like the meaning female, but just concept characters eliciting females outside of your standard character is rough. Yikes. Han. Boldly. Ooh. Coral? But yeah, it's cool. Okay. That's kind of a weak one. Lee? Or is it Lee? I can't think of anything other than Lee. Okay, it's 2 Lee. Rescue the souls from suffer. She. Silicon. Brown. 4. Dang it, 12. Steep bank. Mong. Something about covering the grounds. Lots of spray. Exquisite? No, it's not exquisite. Right. It's drizzle. Okay. Drizzle is very weak. It was weak yesterday too. Scratch. No, not scratch. Astringent. Typhoon. Well, harvest. That was a drop from yesterday. This is not a ling, is it? Yeah, it looks like a ling. Oh my goodness. Scepter. Exquisite. Okay. Young. Jiang. Yen. That's supposed to be here. Okay. Here is kind of weak each and every time. Ma. Ant. Yeah. Furniture. Young. Rise up. Ish. Ma. Agate. That's an agate, yeah. When? Sink. Ooh. Chick. Hung. Flash. Oh. Tough. Jung. Discern. Kuzu. Ni. You. The Chinese mile. Or Partnership. Yeah. Borrow. Okay. Obviously. Ooh. Seemingly. Oyster. Young solicit. Tian starch. It. Am I crazy? Yeah, okay. For animals. Animals it. Whoa. Interest. Yeah. Odd. Ooh. Announce. Ooh. Duplicate. G. Chirp? Oh no, recite. Oh, heck. Ying. I kind of jumped the gun on that one. G. Maggot. Ooh. Butterfly. Ying. Cherry. Liang. Roof beam. Go. Helmet. Helmets were pretty weak. Yeah, prostitute. Yeah, surface or mount. Yeah, beauty. Nope. Wait, yes? No. In law. Or amber. Air. Ming. Nope. I did it again. One. Draw a carriage. Young. What? What the Jiong? Cinder. Swall. Insight. Ooh. Disobedient. Saw. Scratch. Chi. Way. Ancient measurement. Oops. G. Lies in wait. Being reports. When meat or fish. Hi. Sound of waves. Oh no, it might be not pi. Han. Oh no, wait. Oops, it's pi, right? Okay. Oh. Unexpectedly meet. Being utmost. Way, curtain. Tell sky. Hoang. Buzz. Yo, pomelo. Gan. Olive. All right. Tiao, haggard. Yeah. Choke on. Young. Insight. Ian, preserve. One, wash. Young, millets. Oh, an. I. Ye, surprise. Ming, first lips. Spurt. Blue, salary. Sure, Chinese foot. Gun, thick soup. Way, dark. Tea. Chirp. Uh-oh. Lie. Squint. On. Vast. Ye. Radiate. Sure. Pardon. Bay, bark. Way, tan hide. Chu, cowering. Tsu, ancestral hall. Hua, broke. Ai, bones. Hung, brick heated bed. Wind, slip out. Ding. Pacify. Oh, careless. Way, collection. Shin. Oh, no. Tiao. Free. E. Protect. Ju. Chu. No, Chu, foreign. T, raw. J, pick. Chuckle. May, lintel. John, warehouse. Yu, yu. E. Eh? Shabby. Oh, rarely. Law, cheese. Ooh. Mother. Gun. Stem. Wait a minute. I think I got two things mixed up here. Xiao is free. So, what are you? Where's the other Xiao that I wrote? That's Sky. Oh no, yeah, I rewrote it because it was a mistake. Okay, it's fine. So, having problems with the double lings. So Ling, the person, is the actor, and then the ear is the listen. Okay, I should stop it. And then Chur is the mountain, the big hill chieftain, lend his fingers to hurling some stuff that James Bond can't handle. That's the one that we're missing. And okay, Ying. Oh, Ying. I misread. Ling and Ying. It's a little bit of mix. Ying would be incite. Recite. All right, we still trucking along. All right, folks. It's 5 a.m. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. And if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap a little bit, you know, as we continue to catch up. I believe that there's a P5X update. I'm gonna do some P5X recording in another 2 大 so tomorrow is gonna be largely catch up. All right, folks, let's wrap. You're gonna watch this later, right? 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thank you for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.